Right, everyone, we are back doing the news because, man, we started this a year and a bit ago, and now might be the night where we finish it. Welcome Phil, welcome Rome, welcome Kate. Let us know if you were in these streams last year, by the way. How bad's the echo? Hang on 1 second. Hopefully there's not too bad an echo. Let me know if there's a really bad echo. Can always turn it off. Welcome Akshay. Yeah, looks like COUP. And this is not the first time because was it 1991 or 92? Bear with me. $1991. There's a bad echo. Okay, hang on 1 second. Test. Oh, I know why. Bear with me. Is that better? Is that clearer? Should be better now, right? There you go. That should be better. Let me know if it's really good now. Welcome Angelina. Welcome Ivan. Bring this over a little bit. Welcome Snowline. Anyone droopy dog salty? Don't know what that means. Sorted, Julian says. Right. Hang on, I just wanted to get this over. Because 1991 COUP was insane. Why am I not on Wikipedia? Bear with me. Better, nice. New setup. This is going to be a new streaming setup. But I thought if we're going to do like a 12-hour stream now, which we could be, don't want to be up in the rig. Martin says Wagner Troop untrained prisoners. I don't know. We'll have a look at. Says here this news agency saying 30,000 soldiers. I mean that's massive. This is like big news. Verotet says don't get your channel taken down. What? We never done this before. Bear with me. Yeah, funny. In Monday 9th of August, that was at 1 AM. The coup attempt started. And then they came into Moscow in the morning. 4,000 soldiers, 350 tanks. So here it's 30,000, albeit they're close to Ukraine. Yeah, exactly, Twigs. And didn't it end up with like Boris Yeltsin on a tank, if I remember? All sorts of stuff with nuclear weapons. So Boris Yeltsin, who became the president, I think the last president of the Soviet Union, first president of Russia. So it's just chaos. So I don't know what's going on in Moscow. I've got a webcam up that's available, but hopefully the stream's working, by the way, let me know. But yeah, look at this news. This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. By the way, this is where Rostov is. So what they want to do, I'm not sure. So this is, hang on, let's have a look at Wagner. Let's pull that up. Come on here. This is Wagner, private military company. Never heard of Simon Whistler. Never heard of the Whistler, to be honest. Just get the chat a bit bigger. Welcome, Smog. Martin's from Sofia, Bulgaria. I've been all around there by car. Okay. Savage, the catch up is that there is a coup in Russia happening right now. This is like, the implications of this are just crazy. Anyone got any other news, by the way? Any other latest? I mean, it's thing is it's 2:30 in the morning here in the UK. So in Moscow it's going to be what? Is it 4:30 in the morning in Moscow? So they're just sort of waking up, you know. Dan says highly recommend waiting before jump to conclusion, but it's being reported. Like, it's actually being reported. You know, and this has happened before in Russia. It's happened before. Nice one, Julian. I even saw a CNN report and then a stream popped up. Yeah, I mean, considering we did so many streams last year, I feel like this might be the stream where we finish it. Captain saying it's evolving pretty quickly. Traffic cams and most streamers have been blocked. Let me find Reuters. Bear with me. Yeah, I mean, entering Russia is not in itself anything controversial, is it? Because you'd imagine that they would be going back and forth anyway. In fact, that's the nature of supply. So $4.27 in Moscow, Snowline says. Dan says USA had Jan 6 for Brazil. Similar coup is hard to make stick in such a large country. Yeah, but these things move quickly. That's the thing. Shooting down a helicopter. Any air traffic reports over Rostov? I don't think we'll see anything on flight radar. Can get flight radar up. New flight radar. We used to have a flight radar membership. Back in the day. Here we go. What's coming in and out of Moscow? Remember, there's a lot of air traffic anyway. You can't go international into Moscow. No call sign here. Let me know if there's anything we should be tracking. Remember, I think when we used to subscribe this, you used to get the 3D view. Kate says, was this news update? Yeah, it's not stay inside in the world. It's stay inside if you're in that region in Russia. Captain says they've been stockpiling ammo. Phil much clearer. Very nice, Phil. Fresh just woke up. What's the heck's happening? It looks like there's a coup. I don't know. What do people think in chat? Do people think this is gonna go all the way to Moscow? Yeah. I don't have GT down here. What's heading in and out of Moscow? What's this? Murmansk. It's all domestic anyway, isn't it? Apart from there's a flight going to Rome going over Russia. Okay. You think anything sort of, you know, sensitive, I'd transponder off. Yeah, COUP, that's what we're looking at. That's what we've got up here. Let's check the Reddit as well. I mean, Reddit is not always the best, is it? But roads blocked, apparently. I mean, a lot of this can be like footage from days ago, weeks ago. Kate says, "What can we expect from Putin?" I don't know. This guy who runs this Wagner group, he's in it. It's like I don't know how you put it, but it looks like Russia needed to have this group to do a lot of their work in Ukraine. And it's classic sort of tale, right, of, you know, what's that parable? But now this guy's come back to bite him. Resident Evil 5 remake, can someone fill me in? Coup in Russia, this is it. This is maybe the moment where it all unravels. G saying Rostov to Moscow is like going to Rome to London. Yeah, it's not a quick distance. If you have a look here. But I don't know. I mean, presumably you go along this highway. Presumably you go along this highway here. So if there's going to be a convoy, who's going to stop them? This is coup is like one step below civil war, really. 12-hour drive, Smug says. Welcome, Smug. Morning, Motor Hub. Vad says you can't attack Moscow with 25 at K best soldiers, but that's the thing. That's how coups work. Like if you have a look at the 1991 coup, bear with me. If you have a look at the 91 coup, where do we have the numbers here? Don't know what the numbers were. Yeah, 1991 coup was 4,000 soldiers. Wagner has assets all around the world and economic influence. I don't really know too much about Wagner, to be honest. I don't know a huge deal. Ivan says can't be a coup unless they've cornered the government buildings. But the thing is about a coup is that the idea normally in a coup is you just sort of roll in. You just roll in and no one stops you because you have the, I don't know, the legitimacy. That's what the people doing the coup would say, right? Turbo saying seen videos if alleged Wagner convoys in Russia. Yeah, but of that, how much of that is just footage of these convoys anyway? Fresh, I want to hope it's the end of Putin, but I don't know if firebombing Prigozhin is much better, to be honest. Early days and everything, isn't it? A nice team at Hub. Lots more coming. Lots more coming here. Ivan, plus it's not a coup d'etat unless it's a coup d'etat region. But that's the thing, that's where they physically are because they've been fighting in Ukraine, right? And now, I guess, the question is, like, is this the start where they're going to roll up? And what do they want? I understood that they were unhappy that there had been some friendly fire or something. But is this the start of a roll-up here? And if so, if you're Russia, what do you do? Because you don't want to... This is terrible for Russia, really, because Russia does all this disinformation. But you can't really... There's no good disinformation here. You can't disinformation your way out of this. It's just... It's really bad news. Right? Oh, I didn't read the end of it, Ivan. I missed it. I missed the sparkling inspiration. Let's check up on the Twitter as well. Pin that one, actually, if we can. How do I pin it? There we go. Yeah, like this gunfight. I mean, difficult to say, really. Difficult to say. Welcome, Nida. Good to see you. Turbo says the plane of Lukashenko family is already... I don't know. That's the kind of stuff that would just come out, right? I don't know whether it's actual or not, to be honest. But Cap says unhappy. Apparently they took out almost 40k personnel. That is not true. 100, surely not. You can't take out 40,000 people. You can't fit 40,000 people in a space that'd be taken out, unless you mean 400 or something. Twig saying apparently leaked Telegram messages show the MOD saying they're losing control. I don't know, haven't seen that. RE5 saying, can someone explain what the Wagner Group is? So the Wagner Group is a private military contracting outfit that basically have been contracted by Russia in connection with the invasion of Ukraine. So they're not strictly a government like part of the army. They have some sort of independence, and now that independence is maybe a bit too much independence for Russia. Ivan says Wagner have no beef with the Russian administration. They want to take out the military, but the military is the administration. I think people have raised it in the chat. It's like, what does Putin do here? Does Putin is it kind of Putin has to be on the side of Wagner here because otherwise he's too vulnerable? Does he have to sort of go through that path? Wiz just found out news. Does that help RE5 remake? Does that help you? So, but we will see, because if they want to go, if they actually want to go to Moscow, who were they unhappy? These things just go like wildfire though. That's how it happens. It's not just in Russia. See it in other countries. Happened in Egypt. Didn't it happen in Cambodia quite recently? They just roll in. They'll just roll in. See what else is being reported. I mean, tanks, APCs in streets of Moscow. I'm not sure how unusual that is. Get military helicopters over London all the time. Yen saying all level 1 and 2 intergovernmental communication lines in Russia, no talking. What's the reason for that? Is that they're not sure if people are on the side of the coup or something? Fresh, can anyone stop them though? Yeah, the Russian army could stop them, but this is the thing about coups is that normally the foot soldiers don't want to. You don't want to shoot your own people, obviously. Andrew, there I was thinking it'd be an early night. I know. Here we are again. Here we are again. Sorry, chat. Let me catch up. It's a new setup here, so I'm just getting used to it. Yeah, Ivan's got it. They're a mercenary group who are not bound by the laws of war. Well, I don't know about that. I think they are theoretically, but they wouldn't get a country into trouble strictly, would they? I don't know. Kate, do we know what kind of military equipment Wagner has, and if it's supported by governments or abroad? Let's have a look at the Wagner page. I don't know the latest. I mean, this one says 30,000 soldiers have taken control. So I don't know, to be honest. Mouse says it's ready for US war machine. I don't think the US want to be anywhere near Moscow, gotta be honest. Live UA's got an update. Let's check out the live UA update. Can't see you on here. We used to subscribe to all this stuff, do you remember? Yeah, we've seen the update about not going. So there we go. That's basically the distance between Rostov and Moscow. Aki says Finland okay. Well, Finland is now part of NATO, isn't it? When we started streaming on this, Finland wasn't part of NATO. Which is crazy. Like, how quickly things have moved. Wizard, watch a documentary about Wagner on YouTube. Let us know what you saw there. Mike, I wonder if this is actually a false flag operation called for by Putin to allow him to take total real control. I don't know what the relationship is with Putin and this guy. Putin seems to have some sort of generals that he keeps on a fairly long leash. Like that Chechenian guy as well. So, yeah, I don't know. Snow legacy media. If you like traditional media, they have to they need to spend longer to they need to wake up their journalists and stuff like that. It's all employed. Read 10 days that changed the world. I just don't know what's going to happen here. I really don't. I mean, it could honestly. Oh, thanks, Coating. Thank you. Were you in the streams last year? You just got that feeling. Did you see the news and were like, hang on, we might be covering this again? What's trending? Obviously, Russia is trending. Let's do Wagner though. Again, this sort of stuff, 1 minute tweet, don't put any weight on it, to be honest. Could be anything. Thanks so much for the donation, Dash Coating. I know you've been enjoying the streams. Thanks for the 20 DKK. Appreciate it. Les, I forgot you did Ukraine content. I think that's where I originally subscribed and then I against VI. We're going to see people coming back. Like, I remember why I subscribed to this guy. No worries, Goating. Yeah, it was good. Really good to get off the ground, actually. Really good. By the way, it's already light in Russia, depending on where you are in the world. It might not be light where you are. I don't think it's light around. I don't want to open the curtain because if it's getting light here, it's just... We're very close. Isn't it? Hang on. Isn't it the lightest day of the year, like today? Again, don't know. So in the way, especially these sort of countries, like more authoritarian countries, you have like circles of military, and the closer you go in, the more aligned they are with the state and the head of state. So FSB is like really tight circle, but when you go to like Russian, you know, like regular soldiers, they might be quite far removed. I don't know. Solstice. Rocky Matthew as well. June 21. Damn, what a day to do this. Nida says, I'm lost. Is this the Russian government getting overrun by itself? It's so a coup, or what a coup is when you have normally military people believe that they are the rightful, what's the word, government or like representatives of the people, and so they will try and basically take over the mechanisms of government, you know, the parliament or equivalent. It's happened before in Russia many times, most recently in 91, which was actually the end of the Soviet Union. So the first president of Russia was the person that led the coup, I believe. So it's sort of in their blood. Fresh, I'm honestly concerned because Russia has said they would use nuclear force if their existence is threatened. Could they retreat but blow up the power plant in Ukraine? I don't know. If you're a Russian soldier now, you're probably glued to what's happening here, because who are you fighting for? Kate says a helicopter has now just opened fire at a civilian column from the Telegraph. Should we get Telegraph light chat up? What's Telegraph saying? Oh damn it, you need to pay for Telegraph, don't you? Here we go. FSB have opened a criminal case. That's quite quick. That must be designed to exert pressure. Or is that a way of getting an arrest warrant out? Sun setting in the Midwest. Yeah, BUK 24 hour when the sun goes up, right? T-sides. Nida says, could this be good news for the Ukraine situation if it's successful? Potentially, yes. But it could also be worse. It's too early to say, I think. Matthew, why would they be as far south as Rostov? I think that's because that's probably where their base. That's where their base is. But the thing is, right? How if you're let's say if there are 30,000. Let's get this tweet up. If there are 30,000 soldiers here, how do you control as a PMC? How do you control 30,000 soldiers? Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you control anything? Oh, sorry to that snow line. Cat's getting out of control in the Rockies there. Andrew saying short term it could be good for Ukraine. The concern I would have is that it could overthrow. Yeah, it could be. Does that hit my microphone there? Like head it. Dan saying pretty sure a military coup would be bad for Ukraine. Okay, let's say there is a military coup. But what does that even mean? If there's a military coup, let's say Putin is no longer in Moscow. Let's say protocols and he's now out of there. Let's say this column rolls all the way to Moscow and they just sit in the Duma and they sit in, you know, Red Square. What does that mean? Any chance of going to Japan GP? Unless one of my partners takes me, I won't be going. I don't think. I would love to go. So what we think started it is that there was some friendly fire, but there's been lots of rumblings from Wagner. They've been complaining about resourcing and not getting supplied, and you know. But this is just like, this is really extraordinary developments, and it's the situation where we still don't really know exactly what's happening. Twigs, apparently footage is showing Wagner units using a red Z, so maybe that's their sort of insignia. Wouldn't trust all of these Twitter accounts. What's going on here? This is where you see in the coup, you see sort of the national flag coming out. Oh, some tanks here. But again, could be anything. Could be anything. But how do you mobilise 30,000 contractors to to do a coup is so risky, because if you fail, you'll be... What's the penalty for doing a coup in Russia? Pretty bad, right? Scoting says an unsuccessful coup would be best case. Julian with some good advice there. Yeah, check out those scratches. Never stop your enemy when he's making mistakes. Sun Tzu, isn't it? Also, never hire military contractors. Do it all in-house. RE5 saying, what I found online, Wagner has been unhappy with Russian leadership, but most recently Wagner... Yeah, I didn't see any more news of... I saw it earlier, but I wasn't really paying attention to it. Matthew saying he's got to feel this would end like a Turkish coup. Yeah, there was an attempt at a Turkish coup, but they didn't cross the bridge, did they? They went on the... I don't know if anyone's been to Turkey or is Turkish, but those bridges are insane across the Bosphorus. So they didn't cross it, right? Aston could be anything less as hope for peace and a war with Putin out. Big Show can't be doing that. Big Show, time me out for that one. A little time out for that one. Purple says 30,000 Wagner men being told as new Russian conscripts they will be sent to the front, or they can take their chances by storming Moscow. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. What if they've been... These are people that have been sort of training in Rostov, ready to go, and maybe they think they don't really want to go, so they'd write this is a way of actually without firing a bullet. That's a really good... Should we pin that one? Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't pin it. Let me just pin a comment saying please keep all chat respectful. Dan saying feels a lot like Turkish coup attempt. Let's have a look at the Turkish coup attempt. (2016) failed to do so after forces loyal to the state defeated them. During the coup attempt, over 300 people were killed and more than 2,000 were injured. Mass arrests followed with at least 40. It's not good news. Like I said earlier, it's just not good news for Russia either which way this. Why have they done it if they have closed tights with Putin? I don't know what closed tights means. Jens, no word from the Chechen mercenary group. Yeah, what will the Chechens do here? Always a fairly uncomfortable relationship with Russia, I've had the impression. Perry says nothing like Turkey. Why do you think it's nothing like Turkey? 160,000 fired from their jobs, 7,000 people arrested. That's the sweep up required. That was a coup a long time in the making. Let's see what's going on here. Security tightened in Moscow. Ryan, just for something quite interesting, NATO training Wagner forces. I really don't believe that's the case, but I don't know. T says Lukashenko may have flown his family from Belarus. This is the thing, right? If this is the thing, because these are this cute word, because this group might be, you know, in Rostov, but there might be other groups thinking, yeah, hang on, you know, we want to do this as well, right? Let's do an old refresh. But this, you know, I can't, unless that appears on like verified news. BBC are doing something. More columns moving. But they would be anyway. There'd be loads of military traffic in that area. according to Russian media, but you just never know. You just never know. Armored truck patrols Moscow from Reuters. That's just to put people off, right? Isn't Wagner a bit of a thug? There's no person called Wagner, apart from the composer, right? Twig saying, honestly, the Chechens would probably jump at any opportunity possible independence. Welcome, Joseph. Purple, Russian government doesn't have the main power to stop Wagner in Russia. Surely they do. I don't know. So I haven't got a mute button here. Normally I have a mute button. Oh, is it locked? I need to cough. Hang on. That's how my microphone works. Like a pro. Like a pro. Jens, all I know for sure is that Shiogo had his own mercenary business going and wanted to get... Oh, I don't know about that. Shiogo is head of the Russian military. Why, you don't have a mercenary business going on the side, surely. I'm not sure about that one. Ryan, watch the documentary of Wagner, their scope and income through shell companies. What's their... What are we talking? T. Wagner has about 40,000 troops, apparently 25,000. Yeah, we think it's 30,000, but we don't know. Could be 30,000. See you, Julian. See you in the morning. We'll still be here probably. Less, I believe he does. Ryan's saying they own a huge mine in Africa. So yeah, armoured trucks in Moscow. Here we go. That's Red Square as well. But is that unusual? Welcome, Wilco. Late is coup time. I haven't seen any footage of people moving aside, but once that comes through, then that is the stuff that if you're the Russian government, you really want to stop, right? We just leave that in the background. No. Sebastian, could you do a brief recap what's happening? Wagner Group is staging a coup against the Russian army, it seems. Maybe not state, we don't know. In Rostov. Rostov is there's Rostov there. So that's sort of where a big base has been for the Russians and Wagner to invade Ukraine. But this is in Moscow, where they're worried. We're trying to just confirm exactly what's happening. Did I lock my thing again, or did I not? Nice. Wagner tanks drive around the roadblocks. Let's have a look. Is this a roadblock? What do we think, chat? What do we think here? Whoa, that's a hang on. Are those buses a roadblock? Oh, okay, hang on. Got to be careful here because it could just be anything, but... What do we think about this? 5-second penalty over the white line. I mean, it could be anything. It could be a traffic incident on a, 2 years ago, right? Yeah, and he specifically says after MOD and not Putin. Yeah, but it's... So where does Putin go? Don't get run over by that tank. But it's one thing rolling through a roadblock in Rostov, because what are those people going to do? track limits. 4x. Is it 4x? No, it's 2x in track limit. Ryan King, in racing terms, Putin's car crashed into his teammate. So the teammate whose car got hit decided he's going to run his race by crashing him back. Something like that. Nice, Nadam. Welcome along. That tank had the red Z. Yeah, we heard earlier about they were using a red Z. Let's have a look. This is the first sort of footage I think we've seen that is kind of classic COUP tanks rolling. We're watching it. We're watching history here, 100%. I think. I mean, this is just a tweet, but you can see that if we see that red Z. Is it possible this is a deep fake? It could be anything. It could be some like but I don't think it is. It's just not a good look for Russia, this in any angle. New GT update. Yeah, the tank's coming on next Thursday. Right, here is this the red Z on this tank? Yeah, you can see there's the red Z, right? Can you see there? Can you see that on stream? Wow. Man. That is insane. Private military contractor leading a coup. That's like... I'm not being funny, but that's sort of like Call of Duty, like Modern Warfare sort of storyline stuff, isn't it? Anyone think this is actually insane? It's hard to see if that's a Z. See if I zoom in for you. It doesn't really work, sorry. Everyone willing to fire a bullet is already in Ukraine. Would not astonish me that they've been captured by noon. I'm not sure it's possible. Did you hear that? What was that? 3 in the morning. I'm not sure it's possible to be in the capital by noon. G saying Visegrad report Lukashenko's family left Belarus by plane. Okay. Literally, what happened to Rome? What, with the Goss? It's a bit different. Ghosts. They're coming. They're coming through the back window. What's that advert? Don't be worried about the things in the wardrobe. Be worried about the burglar through the window or something. Right, this one is insane. Is that going to get reported? Why does it say false? News, blah blah blah, false. If you look on Flight Radar, Royal Air Force, which base does that come from? We used to know this stuff. We used to know this stuff. Hang on, let me get old Flight Radar up. Here we go. Okay. We need to get a Flight Radar subscription again. Is it Bryce Norton? Bryce Norton, or what's the other one? You got a call sign for us there. You got a call sign for us? Bryce Norton, man, just you never. It's like riding a bike. Is that what you're thinking about? That's fairly regular though, isn't it? It says it's going to Bournemouth, but I don't buy that. RRR 7299. Let's put it in. Oh, so I'm not very good at my Roman history, to be honest. So I didn't know about mercenaries and stuff, but can't find it. Maybe it's one that we need the subscription for. You got a location? Is the UK that small? Yes. UK is quite small. So. See what's going in and out of Moscow. Why does London take up 10% in the UK? A good point. No, is he fan? Right, does it make sense that the Russian army would attack Wagner? Yeah, exactly. If you're a Russian army, you don't want to attack your own people. It's kind of like, does anyone remember that scene in, what's that movie with Sean Connery? Chat, someone will know. You know that movie with Sean Connery where it's just like you don't want to attack your own people. That's what we're seeing here on the screen. Aston, if this is a private military company, sure there's a large chance of civil war. You would think that there's less of a chance of a civil war because it's a private military company. You know, if it was a organisation, that's the wrong word, but if it was like the Air Force against the Navy or something, that's proper civil war stuff. Just British Generation says the attack from Russia on Wagner looks fake. I haven't seen any attack, unless you mean that just the random shots of some traces. The hunt, no, not the hunt for the Red October. It's come out of Greece. Is it Cyprus or Greece? It's come out of. Seeing what's going on, but yeah, this is because again, if you roll through enough, who's gonna stop? Who's gonna stop them? Let me know your theories in chat, everyone. What happens next here? What do you think happens next? Is this place reporting any more? No, still just that. I think the BBC reported that Wagner shot down a Russian helicopter. I think that was the leader of Wagner saying it. I think maybe they were reporting that he had said it. Oh. Got a location on that one. You sure it's not out of Cyprus? What's Forte 10 doing? Forte 10's been... And remember Forte 10? That's the drone Global Hawk. They normally, don't they send out another one that goes on patrol? Cruz says in Brazil we're afraid of a world war. I don't think that's going to happen. Wagner goes to Moscow, turns around and goes back to Ukraine. Yeah, I don't... The long-term implications of this really aren't clear, are they? It's still near Greece. Can you give me a closer location? Where are we talking in Greece? And what's the heading? We'll try and locate it. All over Greece here. Welcome, Matty. Tinfoil hat time. Okay, it's highly unlikely, but imagine just Moscow smoke and mirrors. You just don't know. You just don't know. I mean, it would be a pretty big diversion, wouldn't it? Apparently, Moscow is very calm. We'll see. We saw footage of Red Square being locked down. Twig saying Wagner have surrounded the Russians. So do they want them to surrender? What do they want? Is this all a storm in a bit of a teacup down there? It's off to the island to the left of Cyprus. Can't find it here, unfortunately. Oh, RRR, there we go. Yeah, I don't know. It's might be a fairly regular sortie. This, I know it's a weird time, but they want Putin's generals. But then, what does Putin do? Does he have to sort of offer them up? You know. Does he have to take a side here? Do we have an ETA for Wagner in Moscow? Well, to get from Rostov to Moscow, Rostov I think is around here. Go along this highway. I mean that's like Poland to Moscow. That's not a short drive. Snowland smells a rat but doesn't know who's a rat. Isn't where Wagner? Yes, maybe a 10-hour drive sounds about right. But can you imagine if they start rolling down in their tanks? Because it looks like they've gone past this checkpoint. Last Ninja, Wagner is strong, but I can't see him taking Moscow. Yeah, I mean it's. But what have they been saying? Hang on. I didn't get to read this. He does this all the time. It's like leverage, right? He says, "Oh, you haven't given me enough," or something. They called it a stay coup, and he was probably like, "Okay, fine." Twix, we don't know what Wagner wants with the Rostov military district. Yeah, we don't know. So I'm saying Putin and Wagner are in it together. Had to be some big 5D chess, unless he wants to kind of centralize more control. I don't know. There were videos of convoy, the trucks on the tanks on flatbread trucks. Yeah, we saw videos of a convoy, whether it's the convoy and if there's actually a convoy, we don't know for sure, right? Here we go. He called the Russian military leadership evil and vowed to march for justice, threatening anyone who stood in his way. But that's the sort of way he communicates, isn't he? Larson, this looks like a ploy by Wagner. Yeah, Russia need to shut this down ASAP. If it's in Russia's best interest, right, to just actually just say, okay, we'll give you what you want, or just stop what you're doing and we'll talk about it. Because the longer this goes on, the weaker it makes Russia look. If anyone gets in our way, we will destroy everything. What a worldview that is. If anyone gets in our way, we'll just destroy everything. Is there any chance Putin steps down? We spoke about this last year, right? We thought in the end for Putin this is about legacy, so it wouldn't make sense for him to step down. But that was just what we thought last year. I'd say a lot of the stuff we talked about last year did actually come true. Mr. Pirate sounded like he was trying to take the blame off Putin. I don't know. Philip Ingram, isn't he the guy on Sky? Maybe not. Too early to tell if a coup was underway. Wagner has overplayed his hand. Maybe he's calling the bluff of the Russians, right? That's what he's doing. It might be easy to get through this checkpoint. Fafnir says wild stuff. Welcome, Fafnir. If Russian streets stop you, that's the thing. Every time he rolls through a checkpoint, it just causes more problems, right? Maybe Prigozhin is only after the Russian MOD and Shoigu, not Putin, maybe. It seems Wagner's doing a coup's favourite thing, acting casual like this is normal. What you mean in this is how coups are done? You just sort of underplay it. Surely it's very psychological coups, right? because you want to come across like you are legitimate. Must be pretty confident to make such a move. Yeah, definitely. Last ninja, just a lose for everyone else. Yeah, I'm not sure who win. I'm really not sure who wins out of this. Whatever this is, it's definitely the dismantling of Wagner. This is the end for Prigozhin and the end of Wagner. Yeah, I mean they played their hand, right? He's gone all in at this point. Because before he would make speeches but now he's played his hand in a big way, so he must be feeling pretty confident. Is there any messaging news in Russian media? I'm not sure. Can you play the audio clips? And they're not in English, so. Apparently, Wagner is attacking the defense ministry building in Rostov. Haven't seen that. We haven't refreshed for a while. Let's also save that one. What's going on? Russia no stranger to revolution. Yes. Wagner forces have surrounded the headquarters of the Russian district. It's really happening. My word. This doesn't look like it would be. I don't know. It could be fake. Not fake, but like from a different time. Jen Shogo's army bombarded 7 Wagner groups yesterday. Okay. Twigs COUPs act entirely on hope that the civilian populace and military are either one, confused about the situation. I reckon confusion must be a big thing. You can everyone's just confused. No one wants to fire a shot against your own people. So just in confusion, oh okay, well I don't know what this is, and it just happens, right? Dree, it's insane to watch. Yeah, we're definitely witnessing history here, but we don't know where it's going to go. Isn't it like 4 AM in Russia? Yeah, it's 5 AM in Russia. They're saying this is in Rostov. Lady's having a little selfie here. No, it's these people on the ground are actually recording it. Somehow the footage comes out. It's crazy, isn't it? If you're Putin and the central sort of command in Moscow, right, you must be on the phone to this Rostov defense HQ and say, let them in. Let them in, right? Because just give them what are their demands and let's talk. You don't want any shots to be fired and you just want to de-escalate it. Oh dear, drank too much water. If I lived in Moscow, I'd already have. Yeah, it looks like some flights have been coming out for sure. Let's get back on the old flight radar. Lots of flights still coming in. Not sure about being a flight into Moscow right now. Russia is about to leave their defense minister to dry. Yeah, but there's going to be sacrifices made here. You know. But this is not good news for Russia, to put it bluntly, right? Demira, everyone ends up okay. The civilians will suffer the most. That's the thing. It puts civilians in a difficult position. Imagine you had a coup rolling through wherever you are right now, and the person saying you either with us or against us. You know, it's bad, isn't it? Kill says a friend of mine lives in Moscow. Called me, said the internet's down. Maybe that's just a procedure. I don't know. Defense minister will be arrested. Well, you could argue that if you lose control of your private military contractor, then that's pretty negligent. So, you know, maybe that's a way that they have to stand down. Crazy how many planes are in the sky. Yeah, have a look at the corridor there, because they can't go over Ukraine. So they end up going over that corridor over Turkey. Mr. Price says internet mostly shut off across most of Western Russia. But the footage here Pretty crazy from what we can see. Pretty crazy. Can we see any more red Zeds on the APCs and the tanks? Are these the same tanks that we saw going around the going around whatever that blockade was? And is there more to it than this? Is this pretty much it? But things definitely seem to be happening. Remember, this is the blockade that we saw. Oh. Have I managed to lose my blockade one? Here we go. Troops entering the HQ. Wow. Oh, that's a big boom. New table. What is going on? Does it look that organised or not? Yeah, this might be the video mirror. It has a red on the back. I saw there was red, but I don't know if it was too much. CDN seems like the purpose of this is to hold Russia's war effort hostage. I doubt Wagner has the capability to move on Moscow. You would think, yeah. What do they want? What are their objectives? Is it to just show their displeasure? Do they not really want to fight anymore? Look at this, kind of crazy. But it could just be footage of people going to... They've just signed up and they're heading to their trucks or something to go to the front line. This is kind of mad footage. Whichever way you look at it, it's a bit crazy, isn't it? What statement of NATO can we expect? I think NATO wouldn't want to inflame anything, I suspect. I'll be surprised if they issue anything, to be honest. Okay, it says NATO handing out popcorn. What do we think about this? What do we read into the body language? What about the... They look like heavily... Are they masked up? Maybe they don't want to reveal their identity. Does it look to me like a lot of these people are like masked? Balaclavas up? Can you see these people at the foreground? Madness, yeah. Everything that's so calm. Scoting. Blaming it on Shiogu. Maybe Shiogu's time is done. I don't know. Who are these troops? These are the... Well, apparently these are the Wagner troops. Twigs, honestly, this seems 100% legit. The objective seems to be end the war by taking Rostov and then move on. That's the thing. If they don't want to... Someone made a very interesting comment that I do wish I'd pinned now, which is that maybe they don't want to fight in Ukraine, and this is between those two options, this is a better option for them. Yeah, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake, right? Crazy though. Seems pretty well organised. Let's bump that tab onto here. I've managed to group some tags, which I don't know what I've done there, but anyway. This is the footage from earlier. Oh, lots of stuff. What do we read into that? Is that some more red? Is that red Zeds? This guy's got taking aim. Is Russia's defense minister in Rostov? I don't know if anyone knows. I mean, if this is the big base that they organise everything to go into Ukraine. Wizard, they've been active 10 years across 4 continents. Is that the coat of Wagner? Let's just re-familiar ourselves with their like coat. So if we see that anywhere, I don't understand the mentality of fighting for a company, to be honest. Plane with registration RA8524, now the most followed, southeast, away from Moscow. Thanks for the heads up there. Let's try and find it. Has it just taken off? Heading southeast. This is number 1 worldwide. It's Pitbull. So it's just a big private jet. Where's it heading? They're going to turn transponder off, presumably. Welcome, S-Tac. Matty, got to remember both sides have cousins, grandparents and other family ties. They will not want to fight the other side. Yeah, I agree. Jay, I don't think Wagner makes this move unless he has several moles ready to move within the Kremlin. I don't know. Where is this plane going? It's presumably just going to turn transponder off. Good spot, Andrew. Claims on Twitter Russia shot down 2 Russian helicopters. Oh wow, here we go. Look at this. Better view. It's weird to see those electric scooters you see everywhere, isn't it? This is classic 1991 coup though, isn't it? You roll up your tanks and you target the building and then you walk in the door and say, okay, this is what we want. This is our building now. That's just... This happens in Russia. Think live UA started not to load. Yeah, it used to crash back in the day as well. Kremlin has a plan B for everything. Gone to Turkey, which is a NATO country. Who is on this plane absolutely speeding out of Russia? Turkey's down there, but they've got to avoid Ukraine. Let's see what heading they continue to do. Russian state media reports says streets are calm. Yeah, I mean, calm, but... I don't know, man. That's a lot of troops all the way up. Look, all the way up this road. I think we can confirm now that this is happening, by the way. There's too much footage. No statement from Putin yet, no, that I've seen. Andrew, could be nothing. Girlfriend's flight back home was #1 a few weeks because of a thunderstorm. Most tracked plane in the world. Kent says, my take on this is that Prigozhin is laying the groundwork so that Putin can get blamed for the generals. This has been Putin's exit ramp. It's not surely better exit ramps than this, though. Red Mart Z means that's what we're hearing, Red Mart Z. That guy having a cigarette, like, what the hell is going on? Keep letting us know in the chat, by the way, if you're seeing anything else. Is this... Did that stop tracking this flight? Oh no, it's still there. Where is it going? Is it going to Kazakhstan? Where could it be going? UAE? Could it go to... No. Maybe UAE could be going? But yeah, these... I mean, when you look at here, I don't know if you can see it on the stream. Arsenal is trending above Putin, though. Crazy, crazy, crazy scenes, everyone. This one I find pretty mad. What's this? Clearing out buildings in downtown. Who is in the plane? We don't know. Police there going past. I mean, this would be panicky, right? You'd be panicked anyway if you're in Rostov. because you're pretty close to the border. That's what a circle camera's about. Looks like the local authorities in Rostov set up barricades made by buses. But the troops, which are presumably Wagner units, I don't know. There we go, that's a big red Z on that tank. So much footage. Rostov is Wagner base. Rostov is, I think, just generally a military base. Or has a lot of military activity. Maybe that's why it's calm there, Wagner's people. I don't understand, because if you're from Rostov, you're presumably, you know, you're Russian, not Wagner. ISW saying Wagner's unlikely to succeed. It depends what their objective is, right? Look at all of this going down. Is this a new footage, DJ? A lot of not strictly like military vehicles, right? So are they there to negotiate or something? I mean, you're not going to argue with a tank. No one's going to stop a tank. Looks like a very planned thing there. They're not just sort of... It looks like they've got an objective of where to go and everything. What's going on here? Just peeking around the corner. I find this one surprising, like the way, like it's such a weird photo this. Can you see this one on the stream? Such a weird... It's like a bit surreal, isn't it? Like you got the electric scooter, the lady with the red hair, the like all the post leaflets they put on these things, some guy there with shorts, a car, and then you just got this guy like trigger discipline on his assault rifle aiming at something. It's so weird, isn't it? The whole situation is very strange. Yeah, and it's what, 3:30 in the morning in the UK. Live UA map reports. Okay, so UA map, they do some verification. Ragnar shot 2 Russian helicopters down. By the way, let us know where in the world you're watching from. It'll be very interesting to know. What's this guy doing? Is it the same? Unless he's like overly keen, because this guy is like wearing a shirt. These guys are just chilling. Canada, Australia. This guy's just got his hand in his pocket. It's like people are just going around their morning daily business, and then this happens. Thing is, Russia you can't explain this away. That's the thing. Kelly from Brazil. What's the feeling in Brazil? Surely there would be some footage of a helicopter. Just another checkpoint. I don't know what this really shows. You can't determine if the 60 samurai says it's almost impossible to know. It's true, completely agree. Portsmouth, Manchester. I'm streaming from London. Has there ever been a private military coup? Yeah, the private military is interesting because, like, the British Empire they never. The British Empire controlled India through a company, so maybe that's the precedent, right? But I don't know too much about my Roman history. I don't know enough about like Roman mercenaries. Tennessee, Virginia, Southern Colorado. Oh, here we go. All of the Americans in the house. So far, there are no photos with Collins of PMC Wagner and Rostov. Well, I think that's old news, isn't it? Population 1 million, didn't they? Rostov was so populous. Shooting head, but again, could be anything. Oh, here's some more footage I haven't seen. But now it's kind of like lightning speed, break of dawn. If that is the military building, which looks like it could be, they now can set demands and say, hey, we want this, 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 and this. Toronto. Seattle, welcome Rami. It's a national holiday in Brazil, okay. The East India Company in North America was a Hudson Bay company. I didn't know that. Welcome out, Sharek. Adamos from Romania. Have they guys pointing? Yeah, I think they have. I mean, they're taking it very seriously, aren't they? They're not just. Sometimes you see these things. It's all a little bit. It's actually a little bit jokey. It's all kind of low key. But that guy was not. Is there just like a topless guy there on the road, like having a beer? Look at all these people just like, what do you do? I'm guessing that Prigozhin's gamble is that Russia would need to collapse the front to stop, and that's acceptable. Yeah, he has a lot of leverage, right? Easier for the Kremlin to sacrifice. Yeah, but heads are going to roll here, one way or another. Is it a show of strength? Remember, they're a private military contractor. They might want to get a better contract. Literally. What's all the buzz about the plane? Let's see. I've gone off it. I need to retrack it. Has it gone off transponder, or have I done a terrible job of... Oh, there we go. Yeah, something is going down for sure. The closest thing we have to a PMC of 3 nations is what happened in Honduras? Yeah, it's hot as well. Very difficult to sleep. Andrew saying planes take a turn more southward now, aiming towards Volgograd. Could it be landing there? Is it picking someone up? Samurai, you think if the Russian army really supported Putin, they'd have a few skirmishes with Wagner? It can no, all hell would break loose. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, well, that video of the troops going into buildings is now being reported as the headquarters. Yeah, I think that's what it looks like. So they've gone in, stormed the building. There was a list somewhere. This is the list. And it's a coup of this region, basically, isn't it? Does it go any further, or is that... He did say, he said in his statement he's going to go and no one's going to stop him. Otherwise, he's going to destroy everything. What's the plane we're tracking? We don't know, but everyone's tracking it. Well, be better with peace, Remo says. Matty, how big must a private military be to take on a nation? Well, someone was doing research in chat earlier and saying it's really big. DJ Fear Factor doesn't look very aggressive and nothing happening. 30 years in the army, and when you're entering, there's more movement than that. I don't know. It looks like kind of a shock tactic. A lot of footage here, although a lot of it is the same video. So what happens now? kind of old school, isn't it? White is he on that one? We will perceive as a threat and destroy everything around us. We are ready to die for everything. Kind of high stakes, isn't it? It's high stakes. It's crazy. Is that not saying Russian armies in Ukraine? I don't think so, but we should in life, in peace, respect and be kind to each other, no matter background, education. Completely agreed. Completely agreed. There's probably a lot of civilian stuff in that building. I can't see it being like a stronghold. Yeah, what is going on right now? Chat, what do we think is going on right now? Is it hotline, negotiations, this is what we want? They're saying you have to stop what you're doing. I think it's surely that's it, and you have negotiators to say, right, we're going to get you on, but you need to stop now, your Telegram stuff. Is that how it's going to work, or is it way beyond that? Guan Li saying Chinese historians have long predicted this day. There is nothing strange. Okay. Is there any activity in the Black Sea? I don't know. But yeah, Andrew confirming the right turn there of the plane. So lose for everyone. Yeah, agreed. Guan Lu knew this 3 months ago. Wow. But how far is it going to go? Let's check on the news here. Avoid the M4. Always sound advice. Avoid the M4. Linking Moscow to Rostov. Where is Voronezh? So this was this other city, right? Where is that city? Oh, up here. Wow, so that's quite a long way north. But that was really unconfirmed. But that's quite a lot closer to Moscow, isn't it? Is it a coup attempt? Does he think he has more support than Putin? Unlikely to succeed. He may have wildly miscalculated. Inferno, I bet Wagner Group always wants negotiations with the government. Either they use power. Terra Firma, Wagner head is hoping the Russian force mutinies. Maybe. You pronounce it Voronezh, okay. He said it isn't a coup, it's a march. I don't know if that March of Justice is like a translation thing, or it's a deliberate, like, lower, like, de-escalating words. Or maybe he's just seeing how far he can go. I don't know. I mean, these are military people. Then they're not afraid of conflict. Reuter saying he's definitely miscalculated. A rhetorical overreach. His campaign to retain his wavering influence. Armed rebellion. It's definitely a rebellion, isn't it? These might all be the same troops, I don't know. Welcome, Lou. Just getting up to speed. Yeah, welcome to the crew. Jay, if this is well planned out, this is simply the go signal. I don't know. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. I just don't know. FSB office being evacuated. I don't know about that. Can you tell quickly what's going on? So there is definitely a. Let's just say there's a rebellion in Rostov by Wagner. That's what we know. How far it goes, we don't know. Are they going to go to Moscow? We don't know. What do they want? Don't really know. What's Putin going to do? Don't really know. Well, let us know in the chat if you know. You get some crazy people in crazy circumstances, don't you? What's going on here? There could be a lot of confusion as well. It's often a lot of confusion in these sort of things. Welcome, Shane. BAB history tells us that coup d'etat had help from external forces. I don't know, but if you're a private military contractor, how close are they to Russia? I just don't know. You have to remember Wagner is match fit. It's just at a battle. You can even say they are battle hardened. Yeah. Am I streaming in 4K, by the way? I didn't even check my streaming settings. Can anyone check? Are we streaming in 4K? It's the first time we've streamed on this setup. Welcome, Attitudes. We need to have a pinned comment, really, don't we, on this, on the situation. Suppose it's crash site, but it could be anything. It could just be a bonfire. I don't think that's a live video from Moscow, I've got to be honest. Brave to be a journalist, I think, there, isn't it? 1080p. Oh, it's just 1080. Okay. Whoops. That's alright. 1080 is enough, though, isn't it? Hopefully. I didn't want to be in the rig. Road, if they take over a city of 1 million people, that will be a bargaining chip in itself. Putin may feel compelled to let him keep it and stay focused on Ukraine. Really interesting point, yeah. It's a big play, isn't it? It's not like taking some military base out in the middle of nowhere. If there's a 1 million population. Joe, there have to be others in Russia looking to opportunity to act. If people are in Russia, if there is a anti-war sentiment, then do you support a private military contractor? Is that the enemy of the enemy is my friend? I'm sorry, the only thing I know is that a lot of Russians don't want this war, yes. Could this be a long play from the West and Wagner to take Putin down? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, nice one, Rami. Get you in the next roll call there with Inferno and DJ. Oh, thanks, Attitudes. Matty, Moscow has accused Wagner of mutiny. Well, I mean, it's pretty clear, isn't it, that it's mutiny? Some more footage here. Wagner forces opening fire. Surely not opening fire. Get some sound on this one. Surely you wouldn't be anywhere near that if they're opening fire. What do we think, chat? Twigs apparently part of St. Petersburg. I don't know. We just saw a tweet there that looks look calm, but you just never know. They can't do anything against Russia anyway. You can push as far as you want. Gonna have a dairy milk, by the way. Is that a new message, Montoya? But honestly, just to like make that point again about confusion. Imagine you saw this in your town or city where you live. Like, let's say in London, you're on the streets in the morning, and some like Humvees roll up. It'd be so surreal. You wouldn't even know what to do. I think. I certainly don't think you'd take any sides or anything. You'd be like, okay, I'm not gonna get involved. I'm just gonna try and act normal, and maybe it'll stop happening. My volume's too low. No, I'm just crunching this dairy milk. Up, down, Guardian. Thanks for letting me know. No, it's the same one. He lost an ally, maybe. What's going on with the old flight? 82251. Looks like maybe Volgograd. Can't be saying that, Box. It's gonna be a It's gonna be a hide. See you last, Ninja. Bob says, just with all this happening, Putin's already lost 9 seconds of power. Yeah, it's not a good look for Putin any which way you look at it, right? It just looks weaker. He sort of needs to his thing is always about coming out of things stronger. I don't know how you come out of this. Do you see the video sounds of shooting in the highway where we saw it? Let's, we didn't click it. Smoke on the highway. Let's go for a reload. We did see it on the old timeline, didn't we? So I forgot how to pronounce that place. Right, here we go. We'll go sound on then. But this could be anywhere, right? I can tell you as a YouTuber, it wouldn't be hard to fake that. So, but, you know. R2T realistically can't come out of this looking strong unless does something really terrible. I don't even know. Yeah, unless he puts his generals away, I just don't know. Welcome to X. Welcome. Oh, there he is, Rami. Rotas, Belarus actually deploying the Russian Civil War too. Yeah, Belarus would go earlier, maybe. We didn't track Lukashenko's plane. Speaking of Belarus. Punk says Prigozhin would need backing. It seems likely he's alone, but Putin hasn't had a test like this because if you look at the history of Russia, right, going back to the history of Russia is a long thing, but like if you go back to the coup in 1991, then you go to Yeltsin, then you go to the transfer to Putin in 99, and then the sort of rounding up of the oligarchs and control that way. It's been a very stable period for Russia, relatively speaking. So this is a big new challenge for Putin, right? Shooting Putin been over a year. Have you been waiting? You've been waiting, like, log onto a stream every time, like, oh no, it's just iRacing. Remember, the coup in 1991 was 4,000 soldiers, albeit 420 trucks. Oh, I wanted to get the flight radar up, didn't we? Still got transponder on. Let me know in the chat if you've got any new updates, because it's all happening very quickly, obviously. Very quickly. A lot of memes right now. Oh, sorry, I wasn't scrolled down. My bad. My bad. I wasn't scrolled down. Cases Russia's waking up. We'll have more fishing updates soon. I'm surprised we're getting this much, to be honest. Live UA's completely crashed. Are you not tired, by the way, mate? Not massively, no. Whose plane are we tracking? We don't know. We don't know. Is it going to make another right turn soon? But it's been speeding out of Moscow, #1 worldwide. What are they attacking exactly? They're trying to get leverage, really, aren't they? They're trying to get leverage. $30 miles north of Rostov, but that timing is a bit weird, isn't it? Because it's dark there. Have they named the people that are here? That would be interesting. Can anyone confirm that? We saw a few of them looking to, like, maybe wearing balaclavas. What's that plane, Turbo Prop? Welcome, Fabian. What's the end game for Wagner? It's a big play if you just want to get more weapons and supplies, right? It's a big play. This isn't going to blow over. Small arms clash near Pavlovsk. I don't know where Pavlovsk is. It's to pull Russian troops from the frontline Ukraine. Someone said earlier that I thought was maybe, could be right, is that they just don't really want to fight. But I don't know. 4 AM for Terra Firma as well. Let me know, what time is it where you're watching in the world, by the way? Is it... Who's watching at like a nice hour? Twig saying apparently senior command is more confused than anything. Well, we talked about confusion before. Matty, the worry is how far will Putin go to ensure they won't get their demands? Yeah. 5 AM for Rami, my word. 1 PM in Australia, 11 PM. Okay, 1 PM is quite nice. 11's... Well, 11 could get late pretty quick. Bristol, 4 AM. Wow, where's that Pav? Okay, that's quite a long way north, isn't it? By the way, can you let me know that pronunciation? Is that the pace for Foreigners? We just saw the shooting? Because that is a lot closer. But again, that could just be two farmers going at it and territorial dispute. 10 PM for Al, 10 PM for Wan, Dan Major 11, Twigs 1 PM in Australia, Incomplete 11 AM, Purples 4 AM, 5 AM for Atmospheric, Altitude in Brighton, Gabrielle Midnight in Brazil, 4 AM in Glasgow for Vayon, 11 PM in Ohio, always in Ohio, Lou, 11 p.m. in Washington, 8 p.m. in Vancouver. Wow, I can't believe it's 8 p.m. in Vancouver and I'm streaming. That's never happened. No, it has happened when we were doing these streams before. Morning Hammer planning a trip to Europe next week. Would I mind turning my volume up a little bit? It's difficult. It's difficult. I can turn the gain up, but you get like... You get all the sounds. Sorry. Next stream. 10 p.m. in Branson. I've seen many reports that Wagner has taken down the Russian helicopter. Yeah, we heard there were 2. One knows Branson, very nice. Welcome Matt from Indiana as well. Do we think this is legitimate? Like a... for them to do that so quickly shows that they're quite worried, right? But then it also escalates things. Interesting, they got like orange stocks. (8 p.m. in San Fran). Surprised we haven't seen any more footage, by the way, because all of that footage came out very quickly. Unless they're going around saying don't even upload anything or just don't do it, right? Let's go Russia, but you think Wagner would be the one? Look, I can try and get this down. Hang on. Hang on. Let me get this down for you. Oh, damn it. Sounds like under a... Oh, now it's right in my face. Hang on. Is that better? Is that louder? Are we happy? There's up in the games very... You get a lot like these noises. You just get all the time. Trying to see if we got anything else. Look at this. Look at... But that's what you would... That's a standard setup, right? Like perimeter or something. But it just seems so casual. Like they've just gone in. They know what they're doing. It's not casual for them, but it's so surreal, isn't it? People are like, okay, cool. Welcome, Rycam. It's a logistics hub. Well, maybe this is their way of saying we want more ammunition for us, so we're going to take over the defense coordination. Doesn't that make a lot of logical sense? Oh, there's a 12. Pretty standard procedure. Okay, imagine if there's private military. Yeah, I think it's a very good point. It's not a good day for private military contractors, is it? Imagine you're a private military contractor right now trying to get a contract. You know, it shows the risk, doesn't it? Why are there civilians? Because they've just probably come in, jumped out, set a perimeter, probably not saying anything. It's just weird, isn't it? Not weird. I don't know what the word is. There needs to be a word for this. Thanks, Rami. It's gone very quiet for a while though, hasn't it? DZ, if he does this and embarrasses Putin just to get supplies, then Putin... I think the only way Putin can get out of this, I think, is that if he basically says, yes, there was an issue, the military generals were not good enough in getting the right supplies, I'm going to make sure they're going to get the right supplies, and the generals are out, I'm going to take more direct oversight over this, This Prigozhin guy says, "Yeah, I'm happy now," and then they go, "It's not," and then they would have to hit Ukraine even harder for that to make sense for Putin. So this is why I don't think it's a win-win for anyone. This. Welcome back, Yolanda. Yeah, exactly, Colin. Exactly. What do we think about that, chat? What do we think about that? Tom says surreal, yeah. Bizarre and surreal. For sure. Raised back, not going to hold Prigozhin's protest off with a few cops on the bus. It's not. There's no been. I haven't seen. There's no test here of what their opposition really is there. He won't admit to an abject failure. I doubt Putin will take ownership in the risk. But then, okay, so what does Putin do here? Definitely a race to the bottom, neither of the good guys. Mockton, no offense, but as someone who is quite familiar with Russian mentality, there is no way Putin will keep Prigozhin. This was a one-way undertaking. Well, how does he get rid of him then? Because then does he have to go against Wagner? I think that makes Putin look weak though. Okay. Okay. Oh, the plane's done a... Did it turn transponder off or something? Is it going into approach to Volgograd? Where's the airport in Volgograd? Anyone know where the airport is? Is it north, south? Putin has to stomp it out. Has a coup ever happened in a nuclear state? I don't think so. Michael's bad sound. Putin just needs to get out of this. The only way Putin can deal with this and stay on top is to get rid of Prigozhin. Is that the airport there? Volgograd Airport. Where's the runway? I'm guessing that's the runway. So I'm guessing the plane is gonna... Where is it? Ah, damn it. Oh yeah, I'm guessing it's gonna come and do an approach. Was there a COUP in 89? There's COUP in 91. It's not. If he can stop Prigozhin without pulling back from the Ukraine front, he doesn't have any other option than negotiating some sort of compromise. It's rock and a hard place, right? Does he lose his front without Prigozhin? Large place in the Kursk airfield, don't know about that. The FSB will do something, road test says. Is there really a coup? There's some sort of rebellion going on for sure. Twigs, I keep seeing reports fighting in St. Petersburg. No footage to confirm you haven't seen that. Gabriel, I think Putin is behind the rebellion. That is just... I don't understand that at all. He knows the counter-offensive will be a disaster for Russia. I don't know. Keep the language clean, please, if you don't mind. Cheats are going to send in Sam Smith. Olivier... Oh, Tendy French there. Oliver, considering how Putin teaches oligarchs, I really don't think Prigozhin would risk this without trying to take the head off the snake. It's just crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I mean... Every so often you see, oligarch gone in mysterious circumstances. But this he's not an oligarch, he's military. This is worst case scenario for Russia, right? Your own PMC turning against you. It's like literally worst case scenario, isn't it? Samurai saying Putin has to be careful of the people around him, like Lavrov. He doesn't really know the height of their ambition. Man, that's going back to, like, what is it, Lenin and all that stuff. Who's that person got airbrushed out of the photo, you know? Is there a chance that NATO will help Russia? NATO is literally set up to as a defense against Russia. Sorry, let me keep up with the chat, everyone. Curious Star, if Wagner made to pull it off, he'll have what he wants to end the war in Ukraine with a new. I don't think they probably care that much about the outcome. If you're a PMC, right, you just want to get paid. I don't know. Morden Hammer, this is either suicide move or a move to take power. I don't know. Have we heard any more messages from him? It's not. There's no way Putin's behind this. Mocked on, it's not the worst case, but it's pretty up there. The worst case is a popular uprising like they had 9/17. Purple, this isn't a coup. I think this will be a revolution when the public join in. Lehman says, who knows Prigozhin's ambitions? Maybe he's going to make friendships with the West or try to. I don't know. Infinite, he's even saying we'll go back to the front and after he settles his dispute, I wouldn't call it a coup. We'll have to see. But then doesn't Putin, this is what people are saying, doesn't Putin look really weak if Prigozhin's able to, like, take over? It just makes him look really weak. Welcome, Jake. No, where's Pro Street? Did he say Lex stop Voronezh? Is that what he said? Welcome, Nick. Sorry. Who do we think's on the plane, by the way? And is that the quickest way to get to Rostov? Presumably it's going to turn in towards the airport. Kate says, how about a theory that Western countries paid Wagner under the table? Normally I would say no, absolutely not. But if you're a private military company, then contractor, then you are a contractor. So I don't know fully. Welcome, Big Ready. Big Ready's, by the way, where's the microphone? The highest membership tier of the channel. Good to see you, Big Ready. Hope you're doing well. Road Test Public won't join in. Putin still very popular. Flavor, do you think Prigozhin is more dangerous a leader than Putin? The guy just seems a bit insane, honestly. But I think you need to be to do that job. It's not. Wagner's personnel aren't going to be in the mood to stand down on orders of SOB. I think there's going to be really interesting conversations between the people. Have a look in the footage in the bottom right. You see at the beginning there's a guy in like a sort of officer's hat or something on the left. Can you see? I don't know why I'm pointing at it. But the conversations between him and sort of the highest ranking official who's, is going to be interesting, isn't it? Who's going to back down to who? Matt saying a successful coup would be good for the world. I'm not sure, but we don't know who's on it, Jake, I'm afraid. Sorry, let me catch up with the chat, everyone. Quex, I don't think he wants to take control, just overthrow Putin. I think if he wanted to overthrow Putin, though, he would probably say that, right? You would imagine in his messages he would say it. Is Russia having a civil war? No, I don't think so, but there is a rebellion going on for sure. You can see here. M4's closed, no change. Are they close to Moscow? Well, apparently, yes, there is shooting getting closer to Moscow. The plane, we don't know who's on the plane. Do you think time is on Russia's side or Wagner's? I don't understand. I'm afraid I don't understand the mentality to be in a private military contractor thing and organise it, and how you get all these people to go here when they're all probably Russian. I'm going to sneeze. Moscow's mayor has announced anti-terrorist aid might be martial law or stuff. Putin's being oddly quiet. Yeah, Putin has to say something, right, to the public. He's probably out there. Matty Mitz comments on Twitter. Yeah, that's what we're seeing on attitudes. Samurai, I'm guessing the Rostov local authorities depict Wagner's side. In some of the videos, you can see Rostov police escorting Wagner force in the Buddhist. Not sure they had much choice by the looks of things, but you know, unless you want to cause a firefight in your own town against your own people. Twitter's just like 95% memes. This footage is so surreal. Fafnir, good old-fashioned warlord. It does, honestly, it does seem a bit like that. This guy is a warlord. He is a purveyor of war, so he's not going to play by civil rules. He's not a civilian. Al saying majority of Wagner new recruits are Russian prisoners. I don't know about that. Dan, I heard on CNN that Russian fighter jets were ordered to shoot Wagner force and didn't follow orders. That's because I guess if you want to nip this in the bud, you want to nip it in the bud early doors, right? So when they're going to Rostov, if you get a Su-37 or something, you know, taking out an APC, then you're like, okay, hang on, maybe this isn't such a good idea. But you can see how quickly they've moved here. Before we knew it, they took over the buildings. The plane is the most tracked plane in the world, but it's one of these things where everyone starts tracking it, you know? Yeah, exactly, Brandon. Yeah, Mr. Pirate, they're horribly outgunned, outmanned. There's civilians everywhere. I agree with that completely. Some videos say they're already partly in Moscow. We haven't seen any here. Are they in Voronezh? Yeah, they apparently yes. Some footage of shooting, but we don't know for sure. How large is a Wagner force in terms of firepower? Well, it says here 30,000 soldiers. That was north of Rostov. They've obviously since then they've rolled in. This could solve Putin's problem withdrawing from Ukraine without losing face. I think he's losing face here. I think a significant amount of face is being lost. What's the registry on the plane? It's probably a Russian registered plane. Yeah. Wake and Flavor Town. We don't know. We don't know on the plane. Oh. Has it gone? Ah, did it turn on transponder? Transponder turned off on the plane. This one's going to Sochi. How many hours from Rostov to Moscow? People have been saying about 10 hours. Where is Rostov? Rostov is, bear with me. Got one of those tickly coughs. No transponders, bizarre. Rostov is here. That's why it's interesting to see these planes go around here. Why would they just fake a routine Aeroflot transponder? Everything we bother? I don't know. Matt, why are we talking about a plane if we don't know who's on it or why it's flying? That's just how these things go. No idea, Sup Arts? No, it hasn't been shot down, I think. It's transponder off. all the same footage here, really, isn't it? This was the first one we saw. Because it's a plane leaving Moscow mid-crisis without a transponder. Yeah, that's the best answer. Dan called where Russian soldiers and armoured personnel carriers had secured installation in Moscow. But who? For who? These are coups have succeeded with very few troops like Guatemala 1950s. Yeah, completely agreed. If the ruling party panics and flees, or there's just confusion or delay, then the coup is a success. I 100% agree with that. 100. I can tell you now, if the momentum now was like they're going to Moscow, they're on the motorway to Moscow, then man, that's how things can move quickly as well. Like maybe they're surprised that this was so easy for them relatively. Think, right, okay, we'll crack on then. Yeah, I saw the South African president doing his making his case. Mikhail Khodorkovsky calling for Russian support Wagner. I'm surprised Mikhail Khodorkovsky is next. He's next Russian businessman, right? Isn't he the Bill Browder guy? Al says, odd the news flows so rapidly, but now nothing. Shut down, selling internet. Maybe. Samurai saying the same. Mr. Pirate says, I can confirm as a previous air traffic controller. Wow. Nat's in the house. Not having transponder on is extremely rare occurrence. Yeah, we saw that altitudes. Lockdown in Moscow. I'm still surprised we're not seeing anything though, but you know, if you lock down the internet, crazy scenes. Is this one actually going to Sochi? Sochi's here, isn't it? Is that Sochi? Yeah. Oh, military air traffic controller. Kill what's saying the Belarus president is now in Turkey. Was that flight being tracked as well? Actually saying I think they'll be on the Moscow. Look, if you're Russia, you don't want this news to spread as people wake up in Russia. That's why I was thinking maybe there's a window where you just it's done. Maybe Orc. DJ, we're not having new video. Yeah, people in chat, are you checking chat? What's the news saying? Mikhail Khodorkovsky. Yeah, Mikhail Khodorkovsky is a very interesting story. Anti-terrorist. Avoid Rostov Center. Yeah. It's all a bit old news on there, isn't it? What's going on with flight SU-15? We don't know. But again, heading out of Moscow, Aeroflot it looks like. Econ's tracking it too. The pro-West oligarchs are backing Wagner. Is he backing... Hang on, what exactly did he say? Wow, yeah. Backing Wagner. Back even the devil. Sorry, I kind of glossed over that, didn't I? That is quite big. That is quite big. But if you're anti-establishment, you're anti-establishment, aren't you? Nah, I don't think Matty. That's just transponder. We've seen it before. Dylan, are we thinking this is going to be an actual change of power or nothing happened? We just don't. We genuinely don't know. Yeah, it's free. So incredible turn of events. We just don't know how far it's going to go. Samurai saying this feels. I bet this definitely feels more like to be successful than the whole Turkey thing. GG, I bet this grows into a full-blown removal of Putin. Dan, the only way Wagner even started is some kind of Western support. I'm not sure about that. It makes no sense for the event. Look, you'd only go to Volgograd if you want to get. That's the quickest way to get to Rostov, right? So it's the quickest way to get to Rostov. That's what I make from that. So that train going into Volgograd, they just want to get. That's some official negotiator something, right? What do we think, chat? Anyone think that COUP in Turkey was staged? Don't know about that. Terry, I wonder will the people take to the streets on the mass? It's just confusion now. I don't think there's no coordination one way or the other. Well, obviously whoever was in Vostok wasn't really able to put up any resistance. Kilwatt reports that multiple defence ministry units involved in the war moved under Wagner's commands. Don't know what that means really. But let's check the footage. Traffic jams reported in Voronezh region, yeah. I just don't know if that's morning traffic on the M4 or not. Or who's going the other way. I don't know. It's literally a ticking time. Just a matter of time. Crazy times right now. I don't know what to make of it. Matt says, I can't imagine a guy who's been in so many wars and understands the way world leaders and military work will suddenly far off the handle. He has big time backers. It's definitely a massive play, isn't it? It's a huge play. There are 3 flights headed to Moscow from Volgograd. Great spot there. Great spot. You got any oh, AFL, another one. That looks like Sochi. Maybe it's going to stop off. Ganja. Where's Ganja? Turkey, Tbilisi, Sochi. Is it those ones really? Gonna bake some eggs. Very nice. Anyone eating anything in the chat? Do you think this will end the Ukraine war? This could make things worse in Ukraine, really. Because it might lead to people needing to look stronger. CNN reporting a Russian attack against a Wagner camp. That is very interesting if that's the case. Samurai, I think there are defo units that have defected to Wagner. Yeah, maybe refusal to attack isn't necessarily a defection, though. It's Snork, he would fly off the handle if the regular military is preemptive striking his forces. Yeah, that looked to be infinite. That looked to be it. I don't know, Motdon. I don't know. But pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Two of the same clip. I'm going to sneeze now. It's happened. It's done. What's the Guardian saying? Maybe maybe there's some other power play going on here. Maybe Wagner want to own Rostov or something. I don't know. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. Modern Hammer. Just having a coup happen, even if it fails, means Putin is pretty much done. But this is kind of not that unusual in Russia, though. Not super unusual. Eagle, if Prigozhin succeeds in bringing the Russian regime down, he will probably take Putin's place. This might be worst case scenario. The guy seems a bit mad. Check your screen. What's up? What's going on? Voronezh next to fall. If that's the case, then it does appear that they are moving on Moscow, right? So we have a look at Ozen Technical. Is that on Twitter? Open source intelligence. Right, what's going on here? Good shout in chat. Tank commander, isn't it? Kind of a contradictory photo, isn't it? Like, contradictory message. A lot of bizarre, surreal stuff here. Outies, we are witnessing history right now, yeah, for sure. Lee, what's amazing is how many people are just whipping out their phones and filming. I don't know, if you saw something just happen that's unusual, you might just do it. 6-hour drive from Moscow. Raceback would be nice if the ends of the war so unknown. Or if army corps are openly defecting, then yes, Putin can't stop this. Reports that Wagner Group is fighting Russians there now. But that's a clear objective. Like, we're going to go to this building and we're going to walk up to it and we're going to demand to be let in. That's like a clear thing that you can do as a group, and we're going to do it because we haven't been supported. They should be supporting us more. You know, let's go and do it. That makes sense, right? But anything bigger is, I don't know how you organise it. Oh, hey, we're going to try and overthrow our government. Matty, red squares is being closed and Russian armies being mobilised. Okay. "10 hours by car, how long in a tank?" Tanks go pretty fast. If you refresh Wagner, is it this one? Does Wagner have their own Twitter page? Is that yeah, wow, look how close they're going. These ones are crazy. There is no aircraft type. No, is that a plane coming out, Commander Mozzie? Let us know where it is. Yeah, I think, what does this do for the Russian war effort right now? It's not good, is it? By the way, can we just get some appreciation in chat for yourselves for such a well-natured and informative chat? Feel free to get some clap emojis out for yourselves here. We're kind of taking it for granted, but really nice and respectful in chat. Rostov is big military base, isn't it, for going into Ukraine? Nice job, Matt says, yes. Or if Putin lets the front collapse, he's done for politically. He either stops his reserve force or attempts to cut a deal. That's what I think. I think he tries to cut a deal, but Commander Mozzie hasn't slept yet. We are nice, yeah. How do we do this? How did this happen? You have a small army of independent residents. Nice place to be considering the situation. Yeah, we're very lucky. What's Wagner doing? There's really not a lot coming out, is there? No ice pack? No SCB? Sorry. Oh, nice for more than the hammer. I think lack of footage due to internet outage, but you still think some would get out, but maybe not. It'd be the interests of Wagner, right? Road north of Rostov is showing shut down on Google Maps. Is that GPS data then that will show that? I've heard Russian media went dark on this. If the internet's locked off, we won't see much for a while. Yeah. Also, I lost the thing. Let's see what the Reddit's saying. They got a new post. Apparently, an unknown convoy has been spotted on Moscow's ring roads. We just need some live streams. Oh, Beer Mania missing out. Let me check live UA map as well. This used to break all the time. You can see now, wow. You know the really weird thing is that we're used to looking at this map in Ukraine. This is the like massively surreal thing. And now we're looking at this map outside of Ukraine. It's just crazy. Yeah, exactly, Lee. They can't have got from Rostov to Moscow yet, but this is the thing, is like, you know, what if, how does the support work and everything? A convoy can only move as fast as slowest vehicle. Yeah, very good point. Very good point. That's where the shooting was reported. But if there is stuff going on here, then that is. But this is the thing about these events, right? It starts to make logical sense. Stuff would happen there, and then stuff gets misreported, and you know, is there legit fighting? There's not. Well, there some reports of gunshots, some footage, but definitely a rebellion. Are they rushing their infantry ahead tanks? Don't know. Can anyone do the maths? What's the fastest they could feasibly get to Moscow? What's the fastest they could feasibly get there? See how long these planes are going so quick. Crazy scenes. Wonder if we'll get some new footage. Unknown plane above Moscow. Let's have a look. No call sign. Champions League. Can't see. So that one's definitely not going towards Sochi. Is it going? Where is that one going? Interesting. Saw a Wagner anti-vehicle on a flatbed. Maybe. Google Maps apparently showing a congestion caused by moving convoys. Surely that would. Surely we'd see some footage somehow. 13 hours, was he saying? Quickest a convoy could move is about 30 miles an hour from Lee. Okay. If Wagner split force, one group Rostov, other Moscow. It's been reported Russia said, yeah, surely you would enforce checkpoints, right? Because the more checkpoints, the more chance that they stop. Granted, majority of M4, so maybe yeah, they're just blockading the M4. But then you kind of you call Wagner's bluff, don't you? If you blockade it, you're like, okay, well, what you're going to shoot your way through? Because then if you escalate it, that's the thing. If there's some sort of escalation, right, on the M4, then that's not as good for Wagner. Whereas Wagner actually in Moscow, then you know that they have the advantage of there would be collateral damage and stuff. Samurai saying about 16 hours best case. Actually, I'm going to sleep and hope that when I wake up, this war's over. Have a nice sleep, attitudes. Thanks for joining. Olivia, I don't think any checkpoint guards want to. But all it takes is one person, right? All it takes is one person to stand in the road and say no. For it to escalate. That's the crazy thing about history. And all it takes is one Wagner commander or whatever their order is to say, right, well, you're getting out of the way. Just crazy. Madness. Note the Wagner vehicles intermix with Russian military defense vehicles. Russian army needs to switch sides. I don't know about that, but or if they've just been forced to. How's Kadyrov going to play into this? He looks weak to his people if he doesn't get anything. If Prigozhin has, right? Brand saying they'll take the train. Right, at least saying that 25 miles an hour. This is an emergency situation though, isn't it? Samurai, these man checkpoints are not going to stand in front of the way, okay. Check out the plane above Yaroslav, let's see. That's around here, is there? But I can't see anything. Can't see a plane. What do you mean above Yaroslav here? Oh, this one. Where's that heading? Up to the north. Okay, good spot. Daniela says, I heard the bigger think that they don't expect one to have any chance. It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. Dan says, during the Bay of Pigs, it was one Soviet sub-commander that prevented... Yeah, exactly. These moments... It is Bay of Pigs stuff, isn't it? Wise Eyes moving in cities also give Wagner... Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be on the M4 if you haven't got air support. Do Wagner have any air capability? I don't know. Infantry, heavy artillery, air defense. So maybe not aircraft. Putin still silent. Yeah, haven't heard anything. Welcome, Justin. Thanks, Nuka Nuko. No, but they might have anti-air. Yeah, it said their anti-air capability. It's just crazy, isn't it? It's like... This is just so surreal. It's Russia uses a private military contractor in Ukraine, and now that PMC might be on the motorway towards Moscow trying to do a coup. It's just mad. If you were expecting resistance, you wouldn't have your MBTs and light arm on flatbeds. You might have your reserve arm on flatbeds, not your spit. So you think they're not expecting resistance? Commander near Moscow, M4's a lot of police markers, okay? I believe Wagner had access to military aircraft when they fought in Ukraine. Well, they have some sort of capability then, right? Surreal, definitely the appropriate word, yeah. Yeah, well, here you go, Surreal. She's got a Mercedes Gran Turismo hat on. Like, how mad is that? But that's your job. You're paid to do it. It's like, okay. But this is where people will be coming up saying, hey, what's going on? So there will be a line. Just look at the tanks in the background. Like, with the turrets aimed at the building. It just feels fake, but it's real. It's weird, isn't it? Wagner has really good enough to anti-air. Wagner had some helicopters, so they were stationed at Russian military. Okay. Unless they flew them out or something. The hat is what's surreal. I find it mind-blowing that she's mopping the floor with her tanks and armoured vehicles behind her. The whole thing's surreal, to be honest. Olivier, they could be flying out Putin have a few different planes of attraction. Well, you say that, Matty, but Kordakowski said support them. He's not Western, but he is in London. So if you're the West here, what do you really want? Is this a chance at overthrowing the establishment? She's a Hamilton fan. It's crazy. Where is it? Putin's not going to fly on a plane with a transponder, right? Military plane don't have to turn the transponders on. Let's hear it for the guy. I think it's a lady maybe sweeping the street. Daniel, the Institute for Study of War stated that change the Wagner success are highly unlikely. Yeah, but you honestly just don't know. It's interesting though, it seems like we've got another video out. A site you might see, yeah, this might be in the like, you know, like your school textbook on moments in history. Maybe we'll be on there. Putin will not fly in a plane until he has an armoured train wagon. Didn't know that. Madness. I think the feeling I'm getting now is that, right, should we go over here? So, sorry, my bad. Either they're on the move or they're not, right? If they're on the move, all bets are off. If they're not on the move, then somehow they've got to be, the odds are against them, but what's going to happen? Yeah, sounds right, Bob. Or is this just two military gangsters playing poker? I just don't know. I mean, it's playing a big hand, isn't it? For sure, big hand. Putin will have to make a statement because the news will surely spread in Russia as people are waking up on a Saturday. You know. Yeah, we talked about the March for Justice, but that was a long time ago. What's saying they're Russian defence. Yeah, maybe they were forced, I don't know. Or maybe there is a swell here. Maybe this is the moment, and maybe they're... I don't know how these things work, but I imagine it. You have networks, and they say, right, today's the day we're going to do it, and they sort of activate, and then... But then you would expect to see more around Russia, wouldn't you? Welcome, Antoine. That's what I'm saying. The Russians don't have an opinion. I don't know about that. I don't know. Could be. Could be the case. That's a crazy one. I'll save that one as well. Are you even streaming if you don't have like 10 billion tabs? We're still here. Do I still exist? I can't see anything. Chat, let me know if I still exist. Maybe I don't exist anymore. Can you hear me? I'm in the void. I exist. Can you see me? Can you see me? I can't see myself. You can see me. Shoot. What's happened here then? You can see and hear me. I'm going to restart my streaming program. Hang on. Stream might go dead for a moment, but it won't end. Shouldn't end anyway. Okay, hang on. It's going to be a circle for about 10 seconds. Unless, hang on. Why is it doing this? I sound a little fine. are we back? Did we make it back or did we die? Oh, we're back. Oh, nice. I saved it. I'll tell you, back in the day, that would be just stream over. Stream over and I'd probably just fall asleep. The whole thing went white. Like, my whole screen just went white. Right, let me, oh, 3-minute video. But that, we've seen that ages ago. Tank Mart Siberia. Back. Okay, properly back. That time we did actually die as well. No, we won't be the only live covering this for sure. For sure. Oh dear, sorry. What's the time? 5 AM. But yeah, what I was saying is that either they're on the move or they're not. And if they're on the move, then I'd say they actually have more like momentum. If they're not, then they're going to look weak. So it is military. But then why would they have the transponder on? Seems kind of crazy, right? I don't know. I don't really understand these things. But yeah, massive geopolitical circumstances for sure. More street cleaners. Yeah, so that is 91, isn't it? That's 91 where they actually shelled the Duma. I mean, pretty crazy image that. Has anyone ever seen this image before? Has anyone not seen this image before? If you turn your transponder off, you can still be seen on radar. Okay. Like, it's actually a great comparison, this, isn't it? Between history. Does Russia have highway cams? I would imagine they're internet connected, I don't know. That's from 92. Is this a real coup? We just don't know. We just don't know. We just don't know, honestly. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I know exactly what's going on, because I don't. Traffic is blocked, so maybe they are really worried. Maybe they're super worried, you know? Oh, CNN's got Moscow footage, okay. Are there any big when the broadcasters wake up with their journalists in Moscow, that'll be interesting. Because will they be... Is the internet up in Moscow? Does anyone know, is the internet up in Moscow? Because CNN might have a satellite uplink, right? Chat, is the internet actually up in Moscow? That footage is kind of a bit sus, a bit old, isn't it? Russian army enters the city of Smolensk. Don't know where Smolensk is. Moscow was the first to get cut. I think it isn't. Mokhtnar was able to communicate with someone about 80 kilometers away from Moscow. Okay. Kilowatt reports our internet is down in Western Russia. Charles, it's real. Wagner's option to get entirely wiped out or take control. That is something I've heard before. That's something I've heard before. But isn't that... don't if you sign up to fight in the PMC, don't you basically signing up to? I don't understand it. Don't know where Smolensk in this, and if this is anything unusual or not. Under fire from helicopters, don't know. Here's a new footage, by the way. This is new footage coming in. Let's get some sound on this. Difficult to say, isn't it? Yeah, that might be being delayed reported. We've heard it's even 2. We've heard it's possibly even 2 helicopters shot down. That could be a helicopter down, I don't know. Yeah, could be a helicopter down. And imagine now you get people analyze it and get the confirm like the location. If you got 2 views of it, they'll be able to locate it. Riddle saying cellular map shows green still. Well, obviously some footage is getting out. This is the guy. It's a bit of a crazy job, isn't it? Is this new footage? We haven't seen this before, have we? I mean, would you feel under attack? If that's a building in your town, would you be like, okay, are we under attack? What's going on? Or is it all for the cameras? I don't know. I mean, look at these 2 people standing here. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Welcome, Rika. Armoured vehicles are arriving to the Duma. Is that Russian army? Mr. Pirate, that's the place I said that's small. Oh, Mr. Pirate was on it. Head case saying the convoy brought it down. So does that confirm that a convoy is on the move? Mr. Pirate, can you help us on the map? That's on the M4, right? Whereabouts is that on the map? Is that Pavlovsk, you said? Pavlovsk here? Does the M4 split into 2 here, by the way? There are 2 M4s, like a bypass and a non-bypass. Yeah, any word from Prigozhin at the moment on Telegram? Yeah, Colin also saying it. Where do we think the helicopter was? It does appear to be a convoy on the move. I can't believe that we might be witnessing just such a historic moment here. In real time. It's just mad. If there is a convoy on the move, surely it just gathers momentum. The more checkpoints it passes. Charles says Russian MOD will play this defensively. Imagine how fast they'll lose public favour if they accidentally kill civilians. I don't know. They might still be able to place the blame on Wagner, if that makes sense, for putting them in that position. I don't know. How do you open something in a new tab? Why am I becoming like so bad navigating the internet? Welcome, Vlatka. Well, what isn't happening in Russia? So do we think this is Pavlov on one of these M4 roads? Which means that Wagner has mobile anti-air. Good point. Good point, Samurai. Lou, just reading about US military convoy in 1991 Iraq. Some of the tanks outran the supply trunks and ran out of gas. Okay. So, convoy. Yeah, exactly, Antoine. On the map, this is where we are on the map between Voronezh and Rostov. I wonder, can we track how if it's 25-30 miles an hour and we've been streaming for 2 hours, right? We've been streaming for 2 hours, and in that time they could have gone 60 miles then. So where is 60 miles? Hang on. Good old Bing. Where's the old thing here? 20 miles. $30 miles. You'd expect them to go near around there, wouldn't you? It's close to where the cursor was. Okay. Okay. Econ saying at this point, Prigozhin has nothing to lose. Yeah, I agree. Rostov is taken. What about supplies though? What about fuel and stuff? How do they fuel up? Do they have all the fuel and everything? If they're not, they're basically invading a country. they're invading Russia, right? This is an invasion of Russia by a private company. As crazy as that sounds, right? Matty saw a short video of a heli shooting flares. Yeah, big traffic in the M4. Can just steal diesel from public gas stations. Okay. That's how they supply. Prigozhin says half the Russian army is ready to join him. What does he want? What would it take to stop him? If you're the Russian government. There's no way it could have been the convoy we've seen far too north unless there's a second group. It's amazing that we just don't know. Isn't it amazing that we genuinely don't know? That's mad, right? I mean, or we expect instant information, but Samurai, he wants power. I don't think any turning back now. Yeah, what does he? Maybe he's got a very strong hand when it comes to leverage. Could be, Bart. Could be. Again, it's just some like Twitter account. You just don't know what's real and what's not. What's you know, this stuff is pretty real. I don't think you can get anything in the establishment now because he's firm in this establishment. He's firmly outed himself as very anti-establishment, right? Voronezh is up here, that's where it is, and then Moscow is just there. So if they're here, then they're close. Are we going to see Wagner on the streets of Moscow today? I don't know. Why go for a slice of cake when you have potential to take the whole cake? I don't know. Matty, exactly what's everyone on the internet needs to be taken with a salt critical mind. Yeah, especially when there's so few bits of information coming out. It would be easy to, in the same way that I do meme posts on like Formula 1 and they get like hundreds of thousands of views, these tweets. You could have people doing the same thing. I'm amazed this tweet, by the way, has less than 1 million views. Like, I'm sure I've done tweets that have got millions of views. Like, I just find that insane. Oops. Is this an accurate map, chat? Is that an accurate... What do we think that's an accurate map? Rid all the cities in proximity. Just how embedded is Wagner in Russia? Kill what's the odds? There's been over 7 hours now and Putin's yet to make an appearance. Oh, I just don't know what's going on. Robert, he isn't blaming Putin, so he's still safe. Wagner just wants to head of the military. Is this how Wagner, do they get embedded in like the Russian military now? Do they say, look, we want to be part of, you know, what do they want? What does he want? Seems like this could end up being the beginning of a much larger conflict. I don't think you can, this is very much a Russian domestic conflict, isn't it? It's really interesting to see this map, by the way, and see just how close, like, Ukraine is to Moscow. We talked about that a lot. They resisted being absorbed. They want a hostile takeover of the military. Oh, I've got a lumber support thing here. Nice. It's actually the first time I've really used it. The Wagner group is huge. It's just they could if you're the US now, right, you have satellites just watching everything, surely, like in real time, you know. This is what I don't understand. It's like Ukraine doesn't have any satellites, I don't think, even though it had a very big spaceport. Like, the intelligence you get with satellites must be insane. You just must be able to see everything. Google Maps shows the progression of road closures. So Matty, where do you think the convoys are now, if there's 2 convoys? Where do we think the convoys are, chat? White Hat's probably watching live right now. Yeah, I mean, this is a very, 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 very sketchy situation, to say the least, isn't it? Second one might already be involved, but what we haven't seen any. How big is that as a town compared to Rostov? Rostov, if it's 1 million. Here's Rostov, but Rostov's like a big, you know, port, isn't it? Essentially, must be some big ports, you imagine, here to the river flow through. Yeah, massive river, big port stuff. Leninsky. But then what about Voronezh? Is that just a gas station on the way to Moscow? I don't know. Big lake in there, massive lake. You will see lines of engagement on the M4. Oh, I just don't know. Are the 2 convoys trying to converge? I don't think so. Well, I don't know. At one point, presumably, but I don't know if one's doing an advanced move. New York Times, Russia blocking citizen access to internet. I just don't know, chat. I can't sleep. Voronezh halfway to Moscow. I wonder if that's a helicopter. $1 million Voronezh as well. Another sort of coup, isn't it? Wouldn't it be? Whoa, look at this. Holy moly. Look at this shot, chat. I don't think Russian social media is going to be very active at the moment. Well, actually, maybe the opposite. I don't know. Oh, it feels good having chocolate at 5.17. I'm getting all the good ones, so. Oh, crunchy. This is in Rostov. It will be. Got kind of like a San Francisco sort of vibe, hasn't it? There might be a primary convoy and an advanced recon convoy. Crunchy. Chili. Can we tell whether these are Wagner or Russian defense? I think they'll be blowing the bridge. God, Matt, is there? Where's the bridge? Over the Oka River? Are we talking north of Voronezh? Surely we're not talking north of Voronezh. Right, where's the Oka River? Here's the M4. See, let's follow it up and see if we can see. So that's Rostov Airport, basically, isn't it? Rostov Airport. We're going to go all the way up here. Up the M4. Is that another airport or train? No, train station. Just south of Moscow. What? Then it's... Oh, it splits a few times, doesn't it? Belerovo. On the M4 still. Bridge over there. So if you wanted to stop any progress, you could blow that bridge and that bridge. And then you'd have to do a really big detour. You'd have to detour like around there, presumably. What do we think, chat? Do we think that might be a place where you stop and advance there? Keep an eye on this town. What's this town called? Verkny. Keep an eye on that one. Blowing up the bridge could be used as Wagner could deploy campaign bridges, but this isn't a private military contractor. This is a full-blown, like, nation-state army. Then, if they got all this kind of stuff, there's photos popping off of Wagner vehicles burning on the M4. Whoa. Combat in Voronezh already. Coming up here. So we heard there was fighting in Pavlovsk. Is this getting closer to Voronezh? Yes, there we go. Voronezh. Do you need to cross the river here? Yes, you do. So 3 bridges there. Actually, no, you don't need to. You don't need to because you can go there. It's just a big lake, really, isn't it? Or is it? They're actually. Sorry, no, it's a river. Said it was a lake earlier. Turn my volume up. Sorry, you have to do it at home because there's loads of people sleeping as well. Now there's combat. Okay. Is it now? Because this is when, if there's combat, the whole thing can just get out of control very quickly, right? Russian army struck Wagner column in Voronezh. Let's this looks to be the helicopter, but So where's the Oka River? There we go. But you'd presume there'd be quite a lot of bridges because it's so close to Moscow. We're looking at 2 Wagner vehicles and 1 Russian helicopter. Russian coup, yeah, exactly, Alex. Or a rebellion at least. And then you're in Moscow. Not a lot of bridges because how wide the river is. Let us know what the vibe is in Russia, Econ. Do we know where the fighting is around Voronezh? This is a new one. So is that on the way out then? Oh, donuts. Almost, Jesus Christ, almost ran over that girl in the dress. Is it doing a donut? He's got Prime. What's going on? They look like they're kind of hooning around. This guy's just having a smoke, look. Crazy. Multiple defense. I mean, nah, it can't be right, Brandon. That can't be right, surely. Where's that come from? Held in the kilometre-long traffic jams in both directions. That's not that long a kilometre. I would expect there to be more. Samurai saying it's heating up now. There were 2 helicopters, 1 retreating, 1 shot down. Mr. Pirate saying Wagner reporting 70 police and military joined. That's not a lot though, is it? Orc saying it's official, it's now a wider military have joined them. Yeah, this guy is still like, it's just such it's juxtaposition, isn't it? It's like this guy's just getting some Prime. It's crazy. It's not, we keep hearing of reports of defections to Wagner. Where are Wagner right now though? Presumably they're still, do they leave their holding force in Rostov? They've done the coup there, and now are they riding onto Moscow? Riddle is about a 13-hour drive from Rostov to Moscow. Samurai thinks Wagner is definitely picking up defectors. Oh, I just don't know. Such a weird piece of footage. What is attack? Is it just trying to turn around, or is it doing a donut? That girl runs in front of it. I just don't understand. You could not seeing any military. This guy looks to be quite well equipped. The guy that comes across, right? Is anyone able to ID that tank? What make of tank it is? What is it? What's it like to be? Look at the trigger discipline on this guy. It's a Russian cultural thing, being indifferent to danger. I think it's just a bit surreal. Oh, did he not mean to do that? In that case, it's even more dangerous. Have a look at this guy. Samurai, I think we're looking at multiple Wagner assets converging. What, on Moscow? Look at this guy. He's got sidearm there. assault rifle, trigger discipline, even though he's carrying 2 bottles of something, T80 tank, balaclava up, and is that the hat with the insignia of Wagner? Does that look like Wagner on the hat for this guy? Jill saying politics more important than combat for Wagner at the moment. That's clearly a well-trained military person. Yeah, I mean, oh man, cold. He's just walking in between the cameraman and that guy having a smoke. So what, do we think the tank actually, like... Maybe people are happy. Maybe people are like, yeah, we don't like the war, you know? I don't know. Do you think the West might have been in contact? I don't know. But he's essentially he's a mercenary, isn't he? So tanks have a lot of low end torque, which caused that kick. The Russian army struck at least 2 vehicles from Wagner in the column. Helicopters. Oh, here we go. So this might be something from the column. Very difficult to say. I mean, this is potato level quality. Creative next 24 to 48 hours. This is that have to be resolved some way, right? Yeah, we just saw that, Brad. Interesting one. Putin silent is eerie now. They are well trained and have fought all over the world. Yeah, including in, you know, urban scenarios, right? Very different, it seems to be, some of the people walking down here on the right. Ah, close up here. Is that a flatbread? That's one of the pickups with the is that anti-air or is that anti-personnel machine gun on the back? Samurai, I think you take that destroyed light armor if you take out a helicopter in return. Yeah, but Russia has a lot more helicopters, right? According to sources, plan forces been activated in Moscow. Yeah, it looks like some sort of martial law or something like that. The silence is pretty deafening though, isn't it? Which indicates that they might be in more of a scramble. They might have really been caught off guard here. What's the Reddit saying? Same as we're seeing, I think. We're up to date. We want to go with you. Oh, I don't know, chat. I don't know. I mean, he's armed, but yeah, he's a wanted man now. He's played his hand. He's played his hand big time. Consider hand played. Just a report: many officials in Russia can't get hold of Putin. I think he'll probably be somewhere safe. I don't know. I just don't know. Any traffic cams? I think Jay Cruz had some what econ. Creative. If the MOD wins, wonder what they'll do. So here's a theory. Throw a theory out there. just another like a left field one. What if this is the way that you mobilize more of Russian military, and then Russia can throw that into Ukraine? I don't know. We're seeing it already in Moscow. They're mobilizing. Josh, do you think Putin stays in power? I don't think it's a good look for Putin. I think Russia looks very weak here, every single angle. Mr. Pirate saying it's possible. The M4 west of Novomoskovsk is shut down. Let's have a look. Whoa, from here? You mean west, mean kind of like south? This is all happening a little bit quicker than we're thinking. Is the Air Force not cooperating with Chiogi? Surely Russia could destroy this convoy on an open motorway. Unless it's mixed in with civilians. But remember, Russia, what was it? The siege in Chechnya? That, you know, Russian military, different sort of doctrine, isn't it? I wouldn't expect all of the information to be accurate, by the way. Welcome, Holly. Look at this guy. Is that a guy with a top knot there, just filming? And is that the same guy we saw before? Is it that balloon center? Oh, just west of that town, okay. Did anyone know whether there's like a Wagner base that was near there or something? It's a pretty... That's a lot of leverage. Say, hey, we've got a military column rolling down to the capital. This must have been before. This must have happened. I think this must have happened pretty much immediately. Then the shutdown, the internet shutdown came after. That must have been like that. Samurai, we've already heard pilots refusing to fire on Wagner. Man, they should have been asked to explain a lot what triggered it. We think that there was some friendly fire or some issue with Russian military friendly fire on Wagner, and they've been asking for supplies and stuff for a long time. Rush civil war, not quite a civil war, but it's a. It does really look to be. The longer it goes on, the more it's like a coup or his march for justice in tanks. Prigozhin in Rostov. Wow, this is big. Prigozhin in Rostov. That's him there, isn't it? Right, so he's in Rostov. He's not in Moscow. Has he got what he wanted then? Maybe more of a rebellion. But remember, he's basically has an arrest warrant out for starting a rebellion. So that guy on the right looks really uncomfortable. It's quite astonishing footage, isn't it? Welcome, Marsha. Good to see you. What are we making from this footage, everyone? Rostov has an air base, military base, yeah. Which her translation terrorist says. The video implies that the Russian forces joined the Wagner, however, I think it's an old video. What's someone's phone? Oh, they got tea. Yeah, it could be an old video. Half of the Russian... When you say 60 to 70, you mean 70,000? Is that what you mean?
Ничего страшного. Праздник в шампанском в Киеве, когда вы бросаете красные лиманы и изюмы и все остальное. Вот тогда праздник по неделе в Киеве. А мы ниоткуда не бежим. И поэтому мы пришли сюда для того, чтобы прекратился позор страны, в которой мы живем. Это первое.
I mean, that's 60, 70, that ain't gonna cut the mustard, I'm afraid.
Если бы мы
That's barely a grumble, let alone a coup. Welcome, Charlie. I wouldn't boast about 60 or 70. Like, that would be like me boasting about getting 60 new subscribers or something. It's like, it's great, but it's not. So is this definitely from today, though? Is this the man who's going to bring down the Russian establishment? What do we think? Does it look like? What a stream. He's too calm in this video, he says. Laid back. Is that even more dangerous? Yes, it is current, okay.
Еще раз, мы сюда приехали, мы хотим получить начальник генштаба и Шойгу. Пока их не будет, мы находимся здесь, блокируем город Ростов и идем в Москву.
Yeah, good question, Manny. What's the setup here, chat? What's going on? Who's the command? Who's this Kuzelev?
Мы вам не мешаем управлять войсками.
Is that the guy on the left with the mustache?
Это вопрос не риторический. Ребята гибнут, потому что вы их заталкиваете на мясо. Без боеприпасов, без мыслей, без каких-либо планов. Просто престарелые клоуны.
He graduated 33 years ago.
Где? Ничего страшного. Праздник в шампанском в Киеве, когда вы бросаете красные лиманы, изюмы и все остальное. Вот тогда праздник по неделе в Киеве. А мы ниоткуда не бежим. И поэтому мы пришли сюда для того, чтобы прекратился позор страны, в которой мы живем. Это первое.
I think he already went to Rostov knowing the local authorities on his side, yeah. That's but then what's going on in foreigners? Is that just confusion or something else? Or? Miss White, there seems to be confirmation that's coming through. He looks very relaxed, like he's gone in just to get what he wants in Rostov, right? He doesn't look like a man who's trying to lead a national coup. I might be wrong.
По нам стрелять, а мы их сбивать. Третью.
Until they're here, we'll stay, block off Rostov and head to Moscow. Is that why we think those planes coming from Moscow, they might have had Shiogu on it? No, really nobody knows what's going on yet. We know as much here as anybody. So in the background, is that Wagner or is that Russian military? Surely it's all Wagner. Chris, maybe he's created figures so Russia can play both sides. Don't know. He wants to overthrow the current military leadership, which makes sense because he hasn't been happy with the Russian military.
Пока их не будет, мы находимся здесь, блокируем город Ростов и идем в Москву. Да. Нет, ни в коем случае. Ребята будут находиться здесь. Мы вам не мешаем управлять войсками. Управлять войсками, конечно, не должны мешать никто. Ребята гибнут, потому что вы их на мясо толкаете.
That guy on the right looks to me really nervous. Like when that phone went off, he just like looked for the tea, and then like the body language I get is not comfortable from him at all. Where this Prigozhin looks like just like he maybe doesn't fully. The ramifications aren't maybe like going all the way in. I don't know. He's not concerned by it. There's other pictures being shown, a mix of Wagner troops and Russian troops hand together, yeah, but the Russian troops don't really have a choice, do they? I don't know. Terry's apparently talking down on them. Oh, so he's quite senior, that guy on the left. Heavy traffic on the roads north and west of Moscow. Yeah, maybe people getting out of Moscow. Is a recent video, okay. Even here at the beginning, right? Look, I don't know what's going on, but look, he comes in like really strong body language. He pulls his balaclava down. Like, see here, look, and I think he outstretches his hand. He's like, "Hey." Now you see here, he's chatting to this guy, right? He's asking him a question. I don't know what it is. This might be about support or something. This guy just doesn't answer, and in fact, the higher general or whoever answers, this guy looks really, really, really uncomfortable. Really uncomfortable. Look, he's asking him a question. He doesn't say anything. Quite an awkward pause. And then this guy comes in and says it, right? I think, anyway. He's like, is he saying now like, oh, you haven't given me enough ammo or whatever? Samurai, he's confident, which makes think he's from. He's either confident or he's overconfident, maybe. Maybe he feels kind of invulnerable because he owns a military company. I don't know. It's not right what he's doing. It sounds like he's getting told off now. This guy's a bit happier that he's not the one getting told off. He's getting told off. He doesn't look at him as he's speaking. He's relaying some I don't know what. And this sort of this language is like he's trying to sort of play it off a little bit, but look, he's like, okay.
Да, я на вы говорю, да, стой.
Если вы говорите, иметь меня, там, нет, там главное. Поэтому, да. Ну, давайте так, все равно думать.
This guy just does not want to be in this conversation. What's interesting is the guy on the left is wearing Western camo patterns. Didn't know. Maybe he wasn't expecting to be filmed like this. Who's filming this, by the way? And where's it come out? With no internet in Rostov. The other guy stopped in a rock and a hard place.
Еще раз, мы сюда приехали, мы хотим получить начальник генштаба и Шойгу. Пока их не будет, мы находимся.
Again, look at where he's looking up here. Like, this guy is having one of the most important conversations of his life, and he's not looking at the guy who's like is really uncomfortable body language for me. He said, "We are here now and forward to Moscow." I was like, oh man, this could be it. This could be it.
Здесь блокируем город Ростов и идем в Москву.
Fiddles with the tea a little bit.
Да.
Too hot.
Нет, ни в коем случае. Ребята будут находиться здесь.
Even here, like this, these people are like so rigid. See, like Prigozhin, he moves his hands around. These guys are much more rigid in their body language.
Мы вам не мешаем управлять войсками.
I think they might also be subconsciously like following what he's doing at the moment. Kilowatt. Something I wonder is how many of the 50k troops Wagner commands are on Russian soil right now. I don't know. Just found an extended version of this clip. Okay. Yeah, maybe this is clipped from Telegram or something. Oh, has that gone down? No. Is that a translation thing, 60 to 70? Does he mean 60 to 70k? Because how can you go from 60 to 70 to half the army? Do you know what I mean? I think the Wagner man pulled the arm on the flat and only the truck was destroyed. It's kind of insane that there's a helicopter. Well, is it like a warning shot? So where does he go now? Does he stay there? Is he safe there? I don't know.
Пока их не будет, мы находимся.
Again, this guy just like panics when the phone goes and reaches for some tea. It's not his phone.
Это вопрос не риторический. Ребята гибнут, потому что вы их заталкиваете на мясо. Без боеприпасов, без мыслей, без каких-либо планов.
Riddle, I think half the army's ready to go is a different idea, as it's separated with the period. Maybe some is getting lost in translation, I don't know. So he wants the head of the army, doesn't he? This is quite a standoff. This is quite a big standoff, this. We'll try and find the extended clip.
Просто престарелые клоуны.
Truck was hot. Missile might have gone for heat signature, maybe. Maybe. He basically wants a seat up there. Yes, this is going for promotion. This is a high quality still from the video. It must be a high quality video out there. That's the same one we've got. This might be the intro, I don't know. quite an escalation, isn't it? It's on B&O News. I think it's the same one as we've got. Might be wrong, but all public events in Rostov cancelled, understandably. Any new developments? Jill says. Well, it's a question. It's a confirmation that they're heading on Moscow, basically, and it doesn't seem like he wants Putin. But it's hard to really know what that means, because it's almost like such. If you really believe that, you almost need to say it in the positive, not in like the absence of it. Fighting on Voronezh. What, I don't understand the mentality of people in Wagner to be fighting against their own country's army when their leader is like not by. I don't understand. It's a long drive moving assets with the engagement of Voronezh means that the Wagner group means to take Moscow, yeah. So was it a dual spike thing? They went into Rostov from wherever, don't know where they were, probably really close by. And at the same time they're moving on Moscow here. And how have they managed to organise this and keep it secret without Russia knowing? Isn't that crazy? Where at the moment they're at Voronezh here. That's where the fighting seems to be. Popped up in Rostov, they say. Oh man, crazy situation. 6 o'clock in the morning in the UK. Oh, this is the guy on the right. No wonder he's so uncomfortable. Hang on a second. Telling them to stop, and now he's sitting there. Oh man, that is uncomfortable. Sorry, Charlie, what I missed there. Charlie says, I don't think the head of Wagner is looking to end the war. I think he's frustrated. I think he wants to take control to ensure success. Yeah, I think this is a... Yeah. I think that's been the messaging for a long time, hasn't it? How many convoys are there? We think... Well, we don't know, but we think they're in at least 2 cities. Yeah, I think Prigozhin controls Rostov now. But no wonder this guy is... But he's told to say this by one person, then he sits with another person. It's just, you know... Frankly, he looks uncomfortable giving this statement as well. Does Prigozhin need Shiago for what purpose? Don't know. Samra says if Wagner controls the airfield and pilots, he now has air assets. But do you really control the pilots? And what about embedded like anti-air in Russia? I don't know. It's just chaos for Russia, though, isn't it? It's not good news for Russia. Man, I'm cold and I'm hot and stuff at the same time. Any other news from Voronezh? Let's see. What a shot that is. Helis, they've proven they can stop, yeah, but they've also taken losses. Mr. Pirate, Wagner is planning on setting up Rostov as their base of operations. That group soldiers not moving on. So maybe, but they rolled in there with no defense. So maybe that wasn't the real kind of, you know, brunt part of their force. He also saying by the end of the day, Prigozhin will be behind bars. It's very relaxed body language for a man that is now enemy number one of the Russian state. Pretty crazy, isn't it? Pretty crazy. So do you think he... Now it seems like Prigozhin was probably in here. You know, rolling in. We saw the non-military vehicles rolling up as well. Just Russia looks really weak right now, doesn't it? Yeah, exactly, Twigs. There's an interview. It's crazy, look. There's madness. These things just develop so fast. Terra Firma saying the situation is as clear as mud at the moment. Let me know in chat, what do you think the situation is going to be in 24 hours time? I won't say. You let me know. What do you think? What do you think the situation can be in 24 hours time? A lot of it is just theatre. T-Matt saying Southern District has officially aligned. Where's that come out? Oh, here we go. Stop this. Right. New video, everyone.
Аэродром. Мы находимся в штабе. 7 часов 30 минут утра. Под контролем военные объекты Ростова, в том числе аэродром. Самолеты, которые уходят для боевой работы, уходят штатно. Проблем никаких нету. Санитарные борта уходят. Проблем нет. Все, что делается, это мы взяли под контроль, чтобы штурмовая авиация не наносила удары по нам, а наносила по украинцам. Главный штаб управления, главный пункт управления работает в штатном режиме. Проблем никаких нет, ни один офицер не оторван. Поэтому, когда вам будут рассказывать о том, что ЧВК «Вагнер» помешало работе, и поэтому на фронте что-то посыпалось, на фронте посыпалось не поэтому. Когда мы пришли сюда, то мы еще раз подтвердили много новое. Огромное количество территорий потеряно. Солдат убитых в 3-4 раза больше, чем это в документах подается наверх. А то, что подается, это в 10 раз меньше, чем говорят по телевизору. Санитарные потери в день составляют некоторые дни до 1000 человек. Это убитые, без вести пропавшие, раненые и так называемые отказники, которые отказываются не потому, что они струсили, я уже говорил, а потому что у них выхода нету, боеприпасов нет, управления нет. Начальник генерального штаба бежал отсюда, как только узнал о том, что мы подходим к зданию.
It's like the office at the end. What's going on with this plane, by the way? Kyrgyzstan. Prigozhin just announced they're setting a blockade to Rostov if his demands are not met. Okay. What are you shocked about, Mr. Pirate? Samurai, if Russian main leadership don't pull their heads together, I think Prigozhin has a decent chance to cause either a change in power or at least cripple Russia politically. Yeah, he might have his own objectives here, but it's causing massive problems for Russian state, isn't it? See again. It's so weird at the end.
Суда, как только узнал о том, что мы подходим к зданию.
Does it cut out at the end, by the way? Did they cut the audio?
Генерального штаба бежал отсюда, как только узнал о том, что мы подходим к зданию.
Is my audio just not synced?
Мы находимся в штабе, 7 часов 30 минут утра.
Wagner has to have an ace up his sleeve. Yeah, surely he's gone too far here for what he wants.
Аэродром.
Or unless he really wants to change at the top of the military because like, no, I'm not going to work under them anymore.
Санитарные борта уходят, проблем нет. Все, что делается, это мы взяли под контроль, чтобы штурмовая авиация не наносила удары по нам.
I'm not even translating now. I don't know.
Главный штаб управления, главный пункт управления работает в штатном режиме. Проблем никаких нет, ни один офицер не оторван. Поэтому, когда вам будут рассказывать о том, что ЧВК «Вагнер» помешала работе, и поэтому на фронте что-то посыпалось, на фронте посыпалось не поэтому. Когда мы пришли сюда, то мы еще раз подтвердили много новое. Огромное количество территорий потеряно. Солдат убитых в 3-4 раза больше, чем это в документах подается наверх. А то, что подается, это в 10 раз меньше, чем говорят по телевизору. Санитарные потери в день составляют некоторые дни до 1000 человек. Это убитые, без вести пропавшие, раненые и так называемые отказники, которые отказываются не потому, что они струсили, я уже говорил, а потому что у них выхода нету, боеприпасов нет, управления нет. Начальник генерального штаба бежал отсюда, как только узнал о том, что мы подходим к зданию.
Sorry, go on then. He does this little wave at the soldiers like, hey. Madness. Charlie. Yes, they are heading to Moscow, yeah. Putin sacking Shoigu doesn't cut. Yeah, what do they want with Shoigu? Do they want him like on a plate or something? And what does he just want Shoigu out of the way? Or does he want something for himself? Isn't this the old Air Force guy? Maybe Samurai. What's he eating? Quite angry. Things are developing so fast, can't keep up. Yeah, I know. It's just that's the cadence of these things, and when it goes, it just goes. You know. This is someone entering Wagner. Is that Wagner's office in St. Petersburg? That's a massive office if they own the whole thing. Maybe revenge, as he claims. Yeah, maybe Shoigu. Maybe he thinks Shoigu attacked his people deliberately. That would make sense, right? What time is it in the White House? I'm not surprised the chief of the general forces ran away. Crazy. I feel like he could have went about this a better way, but he's been speaking for months and months and months and threatening to pull out and making demands and apparently getting concessions. Would Putin really surrender the front rather than surrender Shiogu? Well, he said he was still allowing helicopters, so the airfield, to attack Ukraine. So, but I don't know. This was more like a power grab. It's definitely. It's going to be the most famous man in Russia, right? So does Putin? What does Putin do with Shiogu? What does Putin do with Shiogu? I just don't. I don't know. What's the news saying? Breaking. Yeah, we know. Highway to Moscow closed. He's got coup written just all over this. He could how does he compromise, Orc? What does he do? How do you compromise in this situation? Because I don't know. Wow, this must have been early. This was prior to dawn, right? This is Rostov before dawn. So is that when they knew they were coming? Welcome, DK. Sack Shiogu. I don't think sacking is going to cover it. It's not that sort of job, is it? Is Poland safe? Poland's very safe. Welcome, Ice Taylor. It's crazy. Basically, private military contractors are heading to Moscow. They want the head of the armed forces. That's not an exaggeration. That's exactly what's happening. Riddle, the only viable solution right now is to say all the statesmen are corrupt. Give Shiogu up, Mayhem says. That is a way that Putin... But you can de-escalate it. But then does Putin look weak compared to Prigozhin? Metal Gear Solid 4 moment. This was planned ahead of time. You think it's all a bit of an in job? It does give Putin an out. He still looks weak, you know, but he looks weak forever now. He's a president who, like many Soviet premiers, has suffered a coup attempt. It's only getting ready in the UK. Everyone in the UK is sleeping. Like, it's Saturday morning. It's 6 in the morning. There's a reason why I got that blind closed. I don't even want to know if it will be light outside, but I don't want to know. By the way, we still have not heard from Putin. Obviously, when Putin speaks, he gives this legitimacy. He kind of elevates it. So Putin will look weak if he gets into demands. EOS is right from the UK. Who's been watching from the beginning, by the way? Anyone in chat been watching since the beginning of this stream? Terror, this could possibly be planned of being out for Putin. Very risky. But no leader likes a popular general, yeah. As a leader, you don't want your general to be more popular than you. Marsh saying NATO, I don't think so, but I don't know. No evacuation orders given yet. COUP he's been watching for a while. Wagner driving through. Yeah, but what are the policemen going to do? Is that windscreen cracked? Twig's been watching for a long time. Very nice. Punks has. Mr. Pirate has. Nice, nice, nice. Not sure about this one. This account does seem to be having some good stuff though. Entrance to Moscow. Police, but you see this stuff all the time. Big Reddy's been on for a while. Grid's been on for a while. You got a license for that coup. Police aren't going to do anything against tanks. Yeah. It maybe just to reassure the public, I don't know. Poland is safe for sure. Yeah, we saw the FSB in raiding a headquarters. Oops. It's a new one for us, isn't it? Tanks turning around. That's a different angle of the one we saw before, right? Is it? Is it different angle? Red Zeds on it. Flipping off 2 hours, anything crazy happened? Well, dear me, what a yawn. Prigozhin has spoken, said he's going to go to Moscow unless he gets the, who is it, Gerasimov and Chiogu. Welcome Susie K. Phil's watching from Australia. We're doing a spot of gardening. Yeah, we don't know where the convoy is, by the way. It's all gone quiet. Let's do a search of Voronezh. So they're saying this could be delayed, that they're going to Voronezh, but we know there was already a helicopter shooting that was on the way to Voronezh, right? Different angle, nice. What's Twig saying? Yeah, exactly. Joshua's got the summary there. Very nice. Lords in Central Florida. Very nice. I don't... You think that they... I don't know. I'm not a military expert, right? But you think what you would do is that you send your forces to go to Rostov. It's all a little bit pre-planned. You know you're going to get through. And then you have a separate convoy that goes to Moscow. That's what I would think, right? I don't know. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Because you've got to hold this, haven't you? Teaser Sunshine State of Bolton. Not sure about that. Olivier, is more stuff coming out of Russia? Yeah, more stuff is coming out from Wagner directly, actually. Any other planes going down, by the way, that we should be looking at? Wagner column, right? This might be our first real view of the column. What do we think? Is it quite a spread out column? No worries, Austin. No worries, Punk. No problem at all. Verone pronounced Veronesh. Oh, Veronesh. My bad. I should need to remember. What do we think of the convoy? Is there any sort of armor on it? Direction Moscow. Don't know. I don't know where this is. Presumably you can get located. Could just be any picture of a convoy. Do you think they're deliberately mixed up with civilian cars here? Heavy armor would follow. Does that mean they're ahead and they can do refueling or whatever? Wagner's convoy. Well, we think there's multiple convoys now. Is that here you were saying? Wagner often transports their soldiers in civilian vehicles, okay. Yeah, you're not going to get shot down by a helicopter in this convoy, are you? There are 3 columns. Hang on. 2 to 4 convoys. Where are all... We know the one in Rostov. We know the one in Voronezh. What about the other ones? History in the making, yeah. It's further north, my bad. I think stuff is going to get real. When we hear anything around here, stuff will have got very, very, very real, right? Because then you're getting close to the river. That's sort of a last chance to blow the bridges. I mean, how many hours is it from there to there? It can't be that much. Really can't be that many hours, right? Is that a 3-hour drive? Jacob would not be surprised if Rostov being fortified, possible long fight, maybe. Once they are 2, 3, but how many hours is that? 3, 4 hours? Can they move in the open? Well, if they're going on the motorways in like there's civilians, that's why the governors are like, yeah, stay off the roads and stuff. 10 by tank. Yeah, we've seen both videos there. Voronezh. 1 in Rostov, 1 south, 1 north. How far north? Collector, think Russia has enough soldiers? Yeah, 100%. It's just a question of calling bluff, right? That's it. Phil, Prigozhin is a master of information warfare. I can't see him putting the invasion at risk unless he knows something about Putin's self making a power play. 6-hour drive, Red Monbound is saying. So when you get here, you're about 2 hours away, right? But yeah, if this is a convoy, it must be an advanced convoy, right? Deliberately blended in. Oh, thanks, Jolanda. This route has tolls. Somehow I think that's not going to be a problem for them. You're going to be the person at toll booth saying, "Hey, swipe your card, please." Well, he's not bluffing. He's not bluffing. He's at this moment in time, he's sending all this stuff to Moscow. Just mad. I think I first heard about this. I can't remember when I first heard about this hours and hours and hours ago. That Russian troops were crossing the border into Russia. I was like, okay. But you get some boys to be drawing 160. Yeah, will they send anyone really advanced? Will there be people going like really, really, really advanced? They will have to organise themselves outside of Moscow. They can't drive in like that. Yeah, that's true. Voronezh is about 6 hours from Moscow by car. Russian channels reporting that 3 helicopters. I mean, that's escalated quite a bit, right? So there's only 1 tank there. But we saw other images where there were so many vehicles around. What's the end goal here? If you're another country and you do this, you're trying to invade or like, but what's they've in so deep. They've left themselves no room to retreat here, really. Wagner got near for that being Rostov. Mr. Pye, has been reported that a convoy utility truck is approaching Moscow. Do we have any GeoGuessr people in the comments? Do we have any GeoGuessr people? We could locate that immediately. Avenge that to your troops. Interesting thing I noticed on Google is the road closure set up to slow, but surely you could just close all of the roads. If you're raging a coup, do you plan to retreat? Well, you must have. I don't know. I've never done a coup. One of my failings in life, amongst many. Wagner took Rostov first to stop the supply chain to the troops, so that kind of gives them great leverage, right? That's a leverage. But I don't know, because this is the thing. What happens to Russia in the war if they don't have Wagner? Because now, is there any way that Wagner and Russia can cooperate in this war going forward? Like, how do you trust Prigozhin if you're Russian commander? Do you know what I mean? It's just, the whole thing has been burnt. Here's high value hostages. There's still time. He's out, Twigs. Flak is fully awake. Oh, I'm tired. But this is what we do. This is built for this sort of stuff, aren't we? Turn up the mic. The mic's up. Turn up your volume. Mr. Park, this wasn't expected. Closing the roads wasn't in the plan. You must rely on the civilians. What, it wasn't in the expected by the Russian government. The line will be drawn at Kashira at the Oka River. Yeah, when they get to the Oka, and the bridge is there, right? You mean here? Luzhniki. Oh, Randy likes the volume. Very nice. Oh, volume is low. I'm not gonna shout. I'm gonna wake everyone up. Welcome Mungo, welcome Panye. This really is a historical moment. Let's get some more. Let's have a look at the convoy one more time. Let's see if we get more footage. too many issues with Prigozhin, there is probably no compromise. Yeah, he'll do the same again next time when he wants something else, right? No, where's Daniela? Yeah, it's crazy move, isn't it? Welcome, JV. Quick update is convoy is on the move to Moscow to do a coup, but against the head of the military. Yeah, I don't think it'd be pretty silly for Putin to be in Moscow right now, right? It'd be unnecessary if he could be somewhere else. Russian telegram channels reporting utility vehicles. Well, we saw it in Rostov, right? They had some buses blocking it. And the tanks went around the outside. He'd be less safe. I don't know. Junior, if Wagner overtakes the Ministry of Defence, they will have access to nukes. I don't... That's kind of getting a little bit crazy, but we are where we are, you know? Oh, this is a purported translation.
Военные объекты Ростова, в том числе аэродром, самолеты, которые уходят для боевой работы, уходят штатно, проблем никаких нету. Санитарные борта уходят, проблем нет. Все, что делается, это мы взяли под контроль, чтобы штурмовая авиация не наносила удары по нам, а наносила по украинцам. Главный штаб управления, главный пункт управления работает в штатном режиме. Проблем никаких нет, ни один офицер не оторван. Поэтому, когда вам будут рассказывать о том, что ЧВК «Вагнер» помешало работе, и поэтому на фронте что-то посыпалось, на фронте посыпалось не поэтому. Когда мы пришли сюда, то мы еще раз подтвердили много новое. Огромное количество территорий потеряно. Солдат убитых в 3-4 раза больше, чем это в документах подается наверх. А то, что подается, это в 10 раз меньше, чем говорят по телевизору. Санитарные потери в день составляют некоторые дни до 1000 человек. Это убитые, без вести пропавшие, раненые и так называемые отказники, которые отказываются не потому, что они струсили, я уже говорил, а потому что у них выхода нету, боеприпасов нет, управления нет. Начальник генерального штаба бежал отсюда, как только узнал о том, что мы подходим.
Convoy very close to Russia. You mean Moscow? Such a weird end to that video, isn't it? No, not a civil war yet, but this guy is going in. He's always been aggressive like this, but I don't know. If you're in the Russian government, you see him as a liability now. Convoy close to... How is it possible, though? Unless they're beating physics, it can't be. And we've been streaming for a long time, to be fair. Yeah, that, I mean, say the least, right? Let's do a search of Moscow, because now we're getting closer. I might not be sleeping. I might be doing a 48-hour day. Woo. Not too much at Moscow yet. Not too much in Moscow that we can see. There's a police car sitting in front of the convoy. What, giving the blues? Jake, what considering most of the gains Russia had from Wagner, losing Wagner is a blow. Yeah, I don't. He's gone too far. This guy, he's biting the hand that feeds quite significantly, right? Infinite, I think you all overacting. He's just a gangster warlord solving a dispute. He kept repeating it over, and it's not a coup, and the war interruption not interrupted. I'm not sure he fully understands what he's doing or the consequences. Samurai saying it's a Russian convoy, not Wagner. Is there a Russian convoy as well? Maybe assets you in Russia, I don't know. Daniel saying NBC special saying there's no road to success, but you just never know if you push it. This is untested waters right now. It's a Russian column. So okay, is there a Russian column coming down the M4 then? Do you think this will result in civil war? No, I think it's very unlikely to result in civil war, but. Multiple BMPs, is that coming out of Moscow? So they're just gonna, they've seen what Wagner have got and they're just gonna out armor them. Conchica is how far from Moscow? Is that where the convoy is? Is it going down the M4? There. So you're saying the Russian convoy is down there? Man, everyone, I'm getting tired. Just biologically. Is that the right word? I wonder if there's a race to get here. I wonder if there's a race to get there. What are the possible outcomes? Great question. Possible outcomes are Prigozhin backs down, Putin backs down, or Putin gives up his generals, which is kind of crazy, or Prigozhin goes all the way and then who knows what happens if he gets to Moscow. Yeah, Needy, you can take over, right? You take over. Although, what's the time in the US? Yeah, it's not a great look for the generals, just generally, is it? With this having happened. Renegade army convoy. Could be 100 cars. Like, what was going on in 91? In 91, it was 420 trucks, 350 tanks, and 300 armoured personnel. So if Wagner haven't got that, they're not even up to 91 levels. Chat, people in England, why are you up so early on a Saturday? Like, if you've just woken up in the stream? Serious question. Like, what's going on with the day? It's a bad day for Putin. They have the lowest end 25,000. Daniel has stayed away, okay. Is that paused? Oh, Twitter has paused. Am I still live? Is Twitter gone down? Is Twitter doing something? Russia have taken Twitter down. Wagner owns... Yeah, just because they own an airfield. I don't think it's not like a strategy game where it's like, okay, now I own this airfield. I can do everything with it. No slept from O's from Walk. Jolanda's still awake. Well, yeah, we're awake now. Although, man, I'm just like, let's go. We're going to push through. You're live on YouTube. You are live on YouTube. Yes, we are. Oh, I am live. Okay, sorry. Yeah, the feeds are dead. Oh, I can't have another chocolate, can I? No. So my headphones, these are Astros in quite nicely. Kirov reporting. There's a convoy heading to Moscow, and there's now a Russian convoy heading to meet it. So what happens in the middle? This is the thing about this Bay of Pigs, isn't it? Because maybe the orders from Prigozhin are like, do not engage, do not fire any shots. But what happens if it just, you know, there's a backfire on exhaust and suddenly, I don't know. What's his Putin being ousted, Matty? We'll see. It's COUP rolling to Moscow. Cowboy has. I mean, if they are rolling, they'll be rolling. Attempted coup, yeah. How did I hear about this? I can't remember. I knew that there was stuff going on, like, I think even yesterday, or like really early this morning, or yesterday morning. FSB filed treason charges for the coup. Yeah, I'm amazed how they would keep it so secret unless it was a genuine last minute thing. Because it's a massive play. It's a massive play. He could use it as propaganda, maybe. Sure, I'm struggling now. I'm struggling. I'm going to have to take some time away from the stream. Because I've been up for, God, 23 hours. So it's been a busy day making lots of content and stuff. And so Putin would be unlikely to accept any armed rebellion. Yeah, Putin just looks really... I struggle to see a way out of this where Putin doesn't look weak. Unless he decides to just crush everyone. Crush his generals, crush Prigozhin. That's the only way I can see it, so... No worries, ma'am. So what we'll do is we'll do this. Could leave the stream going, but I don't think there's much point. Putin is speaking 20 minutes. Don't say that. Don't say that. If that's the case, then we have to wait, and I'm going to have a dairy milk. Can we confirm? It's true. Putin, what have you done here? Destroying my body clock. Oops. No, it's Jill. This is a life though of being a full-time content creator and streamer. You gotta just create content and stream, right? Just write Putin in latest posts. That would put it on the hour. We've got to be careful we don't get... I'm not sure. I think... Oh, Putin's address. Massey can take over. That's what we should do. Is just do a takeover. Okay. Ugh, Putin's address. Chat. What should I have in the box? That's the worst shake ever. Nah, I can't. I don't actually drink coffee. I'll tell you what I'm not having. I'm not having an eclair. They're the worst. No, I thought there'd be another dairy milk. Yes, 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 yes. Nailed it. Right, now we're going to stay up to this press release in 17 minutes. Can we get it live? Hang on a second. Bear with me. We have more viewers right now than the United Nations. The United Nations official YouTube channel has 19 people watching. We have 216. So we're officially 10 times more relevant than the United Nations. I believe it, Wanlu. You can do it. You can do it. Okay. On the air of Russian Pervy channel. What do we think Putin's going to say? Okay, let us know in the chat now. What do we think Putin's going to say? What is he going to do? Is he going to acknowledge it? Is he going to go hard on Prigozhin? Is he going to offer up Shiogi? Officially more impactful than the UN. Sky News is doing. Yeah, I'm just browsing it. If they aren't do it, then we'll go on. But they're doing an advert for. Don't know, some festival or something. Could go hard against it. That's just nonsense. Come on, man, wake up. That's it. You had your sleep. That was my sleep. Well, my brain actually turned off a little bit then. Not gonna lie. It was done. 15 minutes. Surprised more people aren't talking about it. Unless, hang on, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That might be a thing. Hang on. I'd expect people to be covering it. Hey man, you not tired? No, I am not. I don't think it. I think this is just. I don't think this is happening. I don't think this is happening. I'm gonna go and see because I'm curious, but I don't think it's a thing. Putin's space risk. That would be big news, right? That would be breaking. Putin addresses situation. Right? Hasn't he? Shioga's been under pressure for a long time. Welcome, Marcella. Putin won't take a side. Multiple tweets about it. Okay, well, we're ready to go. We've got all the news channels, so we can relay the audio and stuff. But it could be fake. It could be fake. This is how stuff happens. If it's fake, I'm definitely gonna go to sleep. I don't think Putin tweets. Don't think he's not big on Twitter. But when I do go and sleep, let's say I sleep for 3 hours, I'll probably sleep for 3 hours. That 3 hours, the convoy could be right on the outskirts of Moscow. This is too big to be fake, Brain says. Dude, you grew a beard. When have you seen me without I've had a beard since I was like 3. It's not fake, Zarek says. This seems genuine. Junior says, okay, hang on, whoa, whoa, whoa. Putin is trending. I don't know why it doesn't appear in should it not be on Russian stuff? Like here. They haven't tweeted since March. That's really bad timing, isn't it? Oh, it's parody. General Sorokin has appeared to Wagner about rescinding. Appealed. Do you think the US played a part in this at all? I don't know. I think this is all domestic stuff. Yeah, the beard. Yeah, I was clean shaven this before when I started the stream. 10 minutes to go till press conference, allegedly. Oh, Frank Gardner. I've met Frank Gardner quite a few times. In fact, I have Frank Gardner's book here. I have Frank Gardner's book. Theory, the US did the missile. That would be 5D chess, wouldn't it? For Ukraine, the timing of Russia's troubles cannot be better. I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll see. Genie's out of the bottle, yes. Right, is this going to be about the press conference? Yes, 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 right. Coming from TASS's Russian state media, but this is going to be it, everyone. This is going to be it. Okay. Hopefully we'll get a stream of it. We will have subtitles. If Sky are doing it, they normally have a translator. You're all over the place, Juan Lu. 9 minutes. I'm not sure Sky are going to cover it. I'm looking at all the channels. Chat, does anyone know any channels that are actually going to cover it? We'll see. If not, we'll get live updates on Twitter. Someone on Twitter will be streaming it. Yeah, Putin speaking in about 8 minutes actually. Will he be late though? You'd think it'd be on like Russia, is it 1 or something? Whatever it is. But okay, we got a live translation thread, allegedly. We'll get this up there just in case. Don't know what to expect. He might go all out. He might blame NATO. He might blame USA. Difficult to say. He might be there just to calm people that nothing's really going on. This is military stuff, it happens. He might take responsibility. Oh, NBC got, let me refresh. Ugh. If you search Putin live conference on YouTube, there's only 4 results. Five minutes to go, everyone. Yeah, it's crazy. The coverage of this is like really weird. Let's see what Putin's going to say. That's louder. And I'm just tuning in to go quick. Oh man, so much has happened. Basically, Putin's going to do a speech very soon. This Guardian's like so behind on stuff. Who is it going to be aimed at? Is it going to be aimed at the people, or is it going to be aimed at the rebels? Is he going to try and bring... What's he going to do? 4 minutes to go, by the way. Only 4 minutes. Oh, searching for ways to watch it. Okay. My guy. Is it going to be one of these where it's not on the hour, they like hang around because today, you know. Something's really weird about this. Something's not right. Something's really not right about this. Something doesn't feel right. Chat, what do we think? Keep language clean as well if we can. If we see BBC on BBC this then. But then why is there no coverage of it? Oh, Sky said they're going to do it, okay. We'll put it on, if they do, we'll put it on the screen here. We've got a Sky, so... Maybe here they'll be showing where they're... Yeah, there's one on the screen. We've got the live thread here as well, maybe. You know nothing about politics. Would make me a very good politician. Sky just doing the weather, I think. 1 minute to go. They probably need a minute. Yeah, they won't be in the room, right? They wouldn't be in the room. Anyway, we've got Sky up, so if they cut to it, we'll see. They might not even have a translator up. You know? The whole thing has happened in the UK. It started at 2 AM. So... we just happen to be up. Oh, it started. It started. Maybe. See what's going on. Come on, Sky, what are we doing? Sky needs it in breakfast. It's very difficult, don't you think? We'll have it on screen when it starts, just can't see it yet. Well, don't worry, we'll have it live on screen. Yeah, they're talking about it on Sky, but I don't think they're going to the press conference. They're doing like a recorded bit. Yeah, they're looking at bits that we've already seen. Oh, we should look at the Reddit. Hang on. 1 second. Oh, nice one, Twigs. Ended up back here. But don't worry, chat. I've got you covered. I've got you covered here. I've got all the links. As soon as they go live. As soon as they go live, we'll be there. I'm across everything. Oh, it's going live? No, they're in Ukraine. Just wonder if there'd been a reference to NATO, sort of Western support of Ukraine to try and deflect, infiltrate. I don't know, like that. I know as soon as it goes live, Sky and everyone else will cut to it. Can I make the, no, sorry, I need to sit up closer. My bad. It's a new setup here. Refresh the thread. Okay, so they're doing on the news channel. They're doing it. No worries, Austin. It's not unusual actually for press conferences to start late. Should put in press conference in title. Hang on. No, it's still not there. Oh, CNN might be doing it. Bear with me. Yeah, CNN have got a dedicated thing. Okay, just on it. Sky are going to be on it as well. Yeah, probably getting closer now. Don't worry, everyone, we will get this up when it starts. In fact, I think I can do this now. Can't forget this. There we go. We'll be there live. We'll be there live. Can we see everyone? Is it on the screen? But yeah, let me know in the chat what you think he's going to say. I mean, he's at the moment he's got tanks rolling down the motorway, down the M4. I wonder if he'll start with, like, you may have seen rumours that tanks are heading down to Moscow. Please do not be alarmed. This is normal military transport behaviour. Yeah, exactly, Twigs. But yeah, let me know in the comments what you think. No Hat saying, I think we'll try and give the chef control of the military. Is it go time? Hello from Australia. Will it be Putin? We'll see. This is it. This is a historic moment, by the way. Anyone who's been watching the stream over the last 5 hours, whatever it is. I was almost done. I had a real low energy moment. I was almost out. I think either he underplays it or overplays it. Either he has to sort of dismiss it and say, look, this is nothing, this has been crushed. Or he's like, it's all the West's fault, right? Nice and Daniela. Twitter got work in an hour. Man. Works every day, but these historical moments, they don't happen all that often. Historical moments always make my stomach hurt. What is this? Is this CNN News 18 or something? I don't know what it is. Terrifying, I cannot wait to see how he navigates this. He has to address Prigozhin. The weird thing is that Prigozhin hasn't even addressed Putin directly. He's like, that's what I find so, like, lack of awareness. Some rustling. Oh. Oh. And also, we just don't really know what's going on with, like, the two convoys and the Russian convoy, and, you know, just don't know. The intention of what people want to happen versus what actually is happening might be very different. Oh, thank you, P. Bottaloo. Thank you so much. For the $5 Australian, my first, you be gentle. Although I think, well, maybe Wagner are going to try and do it, but how many are going to be in the convoy? I don't know. I don't know, but a reminder that you don't need a lot of people often to actually do the coup. You just need the right circumstances to get there. Sometimes even confusion we're talking about. But yeah, thanks so much for the donation. Really appreciate it. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. Good day. It is a good day now. It is a good day. Bear with me. But yeah, thank you so much. P. Botululu for the $5 rating dollars. Was that gentle? BBC website has 155,000 people waiting. So what started this? Don't know. Yeah, now it's a mutiny. Is it rebellion, mutiny, coup, or is mutiny under rebellion? It's g'day. Okay. Was that better? Nice one. Welcome, Roland. Might just stay up all day today. Screw it. I've got so much work to do. Well, this is a bit of a delay. We're approaching 15-minute delay. Approaching 15 minutes. Will they label them as terrorists? Because then that's pretty embarrassing, isn't it? I don't know. What do they do? It looks pretty normal around Red Square, doesn't it? And use the M4 blockade. Animatronic, yeah. Hopefully we're just going to see a press conference. Oh man, look at that. I butchered that one, didn't I? Oops. Not a lot of new stuff. Terra Firma, my word. Thank you so much for the 20 euros, Terra Firma. That is insane. Can we get some claps out in chat? 2 donations from P. Bottloo and Terra Firma for the 20 euros. That is crazy. Really hope you've enjoyed the stream. Can you get some claps out in chat there, please, for the donations? Absolutely heroic there. Oh, look, spamming their emoji as well. Love to see it. That woke me up. I was like, whoa, bomb. 2 donations like that in short order. That is crazy. 5 Australian dollars and 20 euros. Wow. Nice. I'll get some breakfast today. Thank you so much. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. We're waiting for the press conference where hopefully everything is going to become a lot clearer, right? Imagine this was your country and this stuff was happening. You'd be interested to see what your president would say. Oh, W! Why is my name for the $19.99? Thank you so much. Please don't feel like you need to donate, but that's absolutely insane. I'm going to get some claps. Can we get some claps out again, please? For why is my net? Why is my net? Thank you so much for the $20. So generous. Man, I'm just sitting here just with Twitter open. Please don't feel free that you need to do that. I'll look at the support in chat though. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much. Some crazy donations today. That is mad. Wow. That is crazy. Means a lot. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Been up for 24 hours, so it's yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice. And we keep going. We keep going to get to this press conference now. Look at me, I perked up a bit now. Compared to where I was like at, what was it, 6:45 a.m. I was done. Look at the claps and chat. Look at the support we have here. Honestly, this is the best place you can follow these sort of events. We should really do it more often, to be honest, because we just have the best community. Very, very, very lucky. Very lucky. Are we going to get this press conference? Thanks, everyone. Thanks, P. Bottloo. Thanks, Why Is My Name? And thanks, Terra Firma. Really, really, really appreciate it. Means a lot. I'm not going to get a McDonald's delivery. That's just way too expensive. Might get a Greg's. Some coups have been achieved with a couple hundred men. Yeah, if you just roll straight in, And what's going on in the Kremlin right now? Because, and where is he? Where is Putin? What kind of background are we going to get? Is he ready for a press conference? Is the situation unfolding? Did they get a last minute call? Is it going to get postponed now? I think it's just this is his opportunity for him. If you look through his eyes, like for him, how does he look strong out of this? No, I said momentum lost already. It's very early days for that. I think we don't know. That convoy could be steaming through. Either the convoy's steaming or they've been stopped. Either one is like massive news. Massive news. In my opinion. That's how I see it. Yeah, they're actually ahead of time from everything we've seen. Yeah, like Roland's saying, changing the batteries. We will see. We will see.
Находимся в штабе.
Oh, okay.
7 часов 30 минут утра под контролем.
Welcome Critico from Brazil. Weapons and vehicles. We've seen a truck destroyed with a machine gun on the back. We've also seen tanks. Was it T-80s? Their first bit looked very slickly done. Sarang feeling sorry for Russian civilians. I think no one wins in this sort of situation, so I want to see what's going to happen here. Jonathan Bright, I think if you really wanted the coup, you wouldn't make a press conference before moving. Well, this is after he moved to here. And it's a very good point there. In a way, he's offered an off-ramp. He said, send these people here and then I won't go to Moscow. Oh, robots are coming. Thank you so much for the $20, my friend. Appreciate the coverage of these wild events. Oh, man. We don't do these. Thank you so much for the $20. Get some claps out and chat again. We don't do these streams that often. But we just have the best community when we do them. It's crazy. It's crazy. We need to work this out because if you guys and girls like these streams, we need to work out how we're going to do it. I mean, we've got this set up now. I don't need to sit in my rig. Look, my rig's over here. I've got a nice chair. Thank you so much. The robots are coming 2045. Mark the date for that one. Appreciate the coverage of these wild events. Thanks. Hopefully it's been a nice place for you to hang out and just follow events. Not too stressful, you know, in what can be stressful times. Look at the love in chat again. Best community, honestly, best community here. Everyone here. That's what a community is. It is everyone. Wow, what is going on here with the press conference? Thanks everyone in chat. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. You do this very good. I don't know about that. I think I just exist. Yeah, the volume's low because it's people are waking up now. My flatmates are up. What, you been to sleep? Yeah, let us know if anyone sees anything. But you know, we'll be here. Ozint streamer. Right, here we go. Traffic towards Moscow. Towards Moscow. Is that because everyone's trying to get out and go to Moscow? I mean, this is a traffic jam. I mean, this is like the M4 in England will be like this today. Volume's fine. Okay, good, good. Mark's Powers dropping the chat. What are you doing? Thank you so much for the $10, Mark's Powers. My word. Can we get the claps out again for Mark's? And the emojis. I tell you, I'm just realising kind of like what a moment this is. Like, yeah, we started streaming at what 2 a.m. is now. Oh, I say advert. We're now almost at 7:30. When we started, we didn't know anything. All we knew is that there were like maybe some sort of coup was happening. We didn't know where it was happening. All this stuff and everything we've seen. So absolutely, you guys and girls in the chat and absolutely insane. Mart's Powers, thank you so much, $10. No message, but I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Hope it's been a nice place for you to be. Absolutely insane support. Best stream community for these sort of things out there. Welcome, Cody. Let us know if you're new in the chat, by the way, if you're new here. Look at the love in the chat. Absolutely just mad. Mad. Crazy, but it's crazy times. It's crazy times. Like, anything could happen right now. He could say, right, that's enough of the situation. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. He could do whatever. There might be some disputes in the background now going on that's leading to this delay. He wants to say something. People are like, no. You know, stuff is going to change here on some tangent that will probably affect all of us in some way. Crazy. But yeah, look at chat. Look at the top with the super chats. Absolutely mad stuff. Crazy. The support on these streams is like just like can't even contemplate it. Welcome Take or Take. Cody can't go to sleep yet. Gerwin's new as well. Very nice. Critico's new. Drudge's new. Apparently Wagner just took control of Voronezh. Yeah, that's what it says here. I mean, that is... They're moving up then, aren't they? Does that mean that they literally... This oblast here, and then this oblast, and then... They've got to go through 2 before we're in Moscow. Right? Oh, P. Bottaloo with the Australian 5 again. Shout out from Oz. Oi, oi, oi. It's 4:20 here. Nice. On a cool Saturday winter afternoon. Where and when is everyone else? A shout out. Let P. Bottaloo know where in the world you are watching from on this stream. In this crazy... See, you won't forget this stream. Whatever happens at this moment, you'll be like, yeah, I was engaged. I was present. We were thinking, what does this mean? You know? Absolutely, Matt. Look at that top row. That is not normal. That is not normal support. That is insane levels of support for a streamer. Like that is genuinely like world tier level. I'm not even joking. So I'm just very grateful. It's not why I sit here, because I just sit here just to hang out and also be present in these moments. So for you guys and girls to go above and beyond, it's just mad. Mad. Let me catch up with chat. Croatia, Dallas in the house. Australia, USA, East Coast, China in here as well. Arizona, more Dallas. Cody's from California, Twigs from Australia. Nice. Daniela from Sweden. AB saying, do you think there's a diplomatic negotiations? Another advert here. I don't know. I mean, that's what I said earlier. Chat didn't think that was going to be the thing, but I said earlier, if you're the government, you want to just negotiate and just squash this thing like as early as possible. Just have the guy make a press conference where he's like, yeah, that's it. Well, I got what I wanted. So looks a bit like Wales, this, doesn't it? Look a bit like Wales. Is it based on Wales, says Purple One? Get ad blocker. Now we can. Swamps of Louisiana. What is going on with the press conference? Should we say it's press conference? Let's search it. That hasn't worked out. That's not worked out at all. CEP Botley, thanks so much for the support. Really appreciate it. Hope it's all good in Australia. Delayed. Don't know. Yeah, I saw that about a third helicopter. Go by latest is a little bit on a topic like this. Not really the one. I'm betting they hold off the press conference till after some good news comes by. Oh. Maybe there are developments that make it hard to make a press conference right now. It's a good point. How do you... The situation could change and you could look really stupid. Team at the M4 is shut down from south of Voronezh. So when you say shut down, that means they're doing roadblocks, right? They want to stop this convoy. But if you're the rebels, you must expect that, right? You must have a contingency. Putin might be in a call with Wagner. Yeah, he might stay and say, I've just come off the call. So does that mean convoy is past Voronezh? So they've got it. Maybe they've also done a takeover there. Let's actually search it. Army moves to the side of the people, they say. Even if they pass all the cars on the road. Yeah, maybe the government has created like a roadblock here with all the cars. So Google's showing road closures at all this traffic on GPS. I'm not sure how too much to read into this traffic, but I think you guys and girls are on the Google Maps. I'm on Bing Maps. Don't think Bing Maps has that functionality. Yeah, what's to stop Wagner going on the other side? Are you going to, in a tank, complain about that? This could be the first coup stopped by a traffic jam. Fighter jets flying over. Oh, this is a high quality photo. Damn, again, these adverts, man. It's kind of a weird shot, isn't it? Welcome, George. Yeah, we've been up for... I don't even know. They could drive in opposite lanes. Foiled. It's an interesting shot. You've got this guy at the front with like the belt-fed machine gun. Then you've got these group here. Then you've got these people looking up there. This guy's looking backwards. This guy's dropped something or something. They got a crowbar there. But it looks to be quite a well-equipped outfit, right? Quite a well-equipped outfit. This part says there are 2 other routes they can take. Oh, I can smell a croissant. I can smell a croissant. Between 72 and 100 vehicles heading north. Yeah, that's from that footage, right? That's a very well-trained group. This guy called it really early, 3 hours ago, didn't he, about the route to Moscow? They must be posed. I don't know, Mayhem. I don't really know the ins and outs. Wow, they're going to Moscow then. But yeah, you can... But how do you get from one of these roads to the other? Interesting, there's a camera here in Red Square. Or not, well, not quite Red Square, but... do apologise for that, but waiting for this press conference. Still waiting. Hang on. Yeah, this video's been out for ages. So, coming up to an hour since we heard about the press conference, but not that unusual to be honest. Moscow Mayor says all public events be cancelled in Moscow. Wow. They just don't want the risk of them being popular support, right? How soon is now? Is this a military coup? It's a military coup of the military, right? So normally a military coup is of just the leadership, but this is a military coup. Sorry, it's a military coup of the military leadership. Yeah, that's big in Moscow because you can't. You have to explain that, right? And it's a Saturday as well. So the cat's out of the bag. Would you panic, by the way? Surely there would be panic because you'd be like, hang on, I don't know if there's going to be a big firefight in my city. So if you were in Moscow now, would you be like, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna see family in like St. Petersburg or somewhere? So is it going to be absolute gridlock and everything? What do we think, chat? Just put yourself in that sort of shoes. Oh, that's Russia's deputy defense minister. You would try and get away, Dylan says. Oh, I've got a tea. Russia will try and prevent civilians leaving. You don't want an empty city, do you? That's sort of prime for things to go wrong. Oops. Putin playing for time. Is there an actual coup? Yes. It's happening. All public events in Moscow have been shut down. Seems like Putin's expected to plane. Yeah, we weren't able to track that one exactly. Oh. Has my internet gone down? Do I exist? Do I still exist, chat? No, I'm here. Okay, fine. What's happened? The irony is that the longer he waits to the press conference, the more progress the convoy is likely to make. Do you get it? So like, if he did the press conference earlier, oh, there's a convoy like quite a long 10 hours away from Moscow, but it's not going to be a big deal. And it's like, oh, okay, convoy like 2 hours away. Oh, I don't exist. Okay. That's weird, isn't it? I'm a marked man. What is going on? Bear with me. Okay, I think we're... no, we're not back. How many tanks comprise a 50-kilometer column? I'd be amazed at a 50-kilometer column. That would have to be the Russian column. Sorry. Oh, did the COUP fix it? The COUP fixed it. Okay, now we know. That's how it works. Yeah, what's going on with this stream? I don't know what's going on, but we've got to stay for this press conference. This is like, the longer he waits, the worse the situation becomes. Can't do a press conference after the coups happen. That doesn't really work. And I feel like the longer they roll, the more confidence they get, and almost the harder it is to stop it. It's a bit like a big ship. Would have been easy. I thought it would have been easier to stop it at the beginning before it really got momentum, but I don't know too much. Did I spell it wrong? Oh. What's happening? It's very weird for like us to still be here, but like both of these. Was that a thumbnail? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on. Whoa. Nah, we're still waiting. We're still waiting. Sim racing, but we do news as well. We do like Formula 1 live. We do quite. Our most popular streams are actually these sort of streams. But it's not what I do, like mostly, which is weird, isn't it? If Wagner succeeds, then there's a change. There's some sort of change at the top. Jace, how long have we been live this morning? We've been live, I think, for 5 hours. I think for 5 hours we've been live. But what is going on? Because we're not dropping the streams absolutely fine. It's really weird. Is there something updating that's like... How Wagner... I don't think Wagner are going to be paying for the tolls, but... Okay, it's all back. Counter-terrorist regime in Moscow. I think we heard that a while ago, didn't we? No, the streaming only uses upload. So you have upload and download. Upload's really important for streaming. I actually have a separate connection just for streaming. So when I'm streaming, it's like, this is it. Unless like whatever servers are struggling, because they both wouldn't. I don't know. It's more likely to be on my side. Yeah, it's hard to know what the end game is because his strategy is so over the top and like just all in that it's hard to understand if his aim is anything less than that. It's always DNS. That must be it. We're still waiting, by the way. We're still waiting. Oops. The only end game I can bet is probably. Yeah, let me know in the chat what you think the end game is. What do you think? What do you think would make him call off the troops? Oh, they're in McDonald's. Well, hang on. Is this is a bit amateur hour, isn't it? Does this mean they don't have their own rations or something? If they're getting a Happy Meal. Yeah, keep an eye on the Moscow cam, by the way, if you see anything. Finally, we do have a Moscow cam. Samurai saying convoy's 1.5 out of Moscow. I mean, 1.5 hours. What's going to happen? It's like they're calling the. It's almost like they're calling Putin's bluff. No, you take food and you can get it. Okay, fine. Welcome, Dr. Dre. One and a half hours away. Well, does that mean they're at the river? Hang on a second. Are they at the river now? The Oka? And where was the convoy that was coming to meet them? The intercept column departed. So are they now meeting each other, these two convoys? How are they making all this progress if the road is jammed and gridlocked as well? I wonder if Putin will say, look, now he says he needs to mobilize lots of troops because, you know, they're fighting in Ukraine and in Russia now. So it's all a bit of a ploy. If they're talking, Putin has opted to negotiate. Well, there's no press conference happening right now. If Putin hands in the military, Putin's completely neutered. Yeah, he's in a his hand is being forced here in a way that it may never have been forced for a long time. You can drive in the ditch if you're a tank. Yeah, but not the support vehicles though, right? Where's Wagner now? Well, somewhere between Voronezh and Moscow, somewhere on this road. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy. Apparently 1.5 hours. Do we think that's to the right side of Tula here? About there? If you're already rebelling, driving on the wrong side of the road isn't bad, yeah. And not paying the tolls, right? Yeah, I don't know what this means for Wagner in Ukraine, by the way. I think I'm spelling it wrong. Wow, this is crazy stuff. I just think it doesn't look like a well-organized coup. What we saw in what we saw before really did look well-organized. Yeah, what we saw in Rostov looked to be pretty slick. I don't know, Cody. I don't know. I think it's too early to say. I think the most important thing that's going to happen is what happens at this press conference is going to set the whole tone. The whole tone for everything. Samurai says this is structured conference. Yeah, we don't have a lot of images of the conference. That is a bit unusual because normally you have people take a lot. Look at this convoy. I take a video and upload it, but we understand the internet's down in Western Russia. Yeah, friendly chat. Joseph Ellis, organised or not, the only thing that matters is whether or not Russian military sides with Wagner or not. What do you do? What do you do if they keep going? Who's going to... They must be just blowing through roadblocks at the moment, right? Mr. Parr, I get the feeling whatever happens, it'll be done within the next 48 hours. I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree. This is a situation that can't really be sustained one way or another. Maybe Putin doesn't want to go live. Maybe it's just he can't put a good spin on this. Kate says, why I think it's taken so much time to organise a conference? So many reasons, but I don't think any of them are good for Russia. It just doesn't look good that you just can't do a press conference and be like, well, this is what's happening, this is how we're going to fix it, because it's bad for them. He's got to be freaking out. Is this super odd now? No, it's normal to have these sort of delays. Although it's been an hour since it's been announced. Yeah, the convoy obviously came from somewhere else, right? It was a two-pronged approach, which was pretty, well, coordinated, right? Some of the footage we've seen is mad. Kate says China's watching. What's this guy saying? Is he giving up? I don't know. Are there any feeds further up the road? Not that I'm seeing at the moment. People in chat will let us know. But it says it'd be pretty nice for Putin to say it wasn't me, it's the generals. But if he throws the generals under the bus, he's going to end up weaker still. Putin waiting to decide who to blame. It might have been the balance who sort of who he needs to, I don't know, concede to. Do we believe it'll actually be live? Maybe it's not live. Maybe he's recording it. And maybe they're just waiting for the right take. The whole world is watching the press conference. Yeah. The whole world is like, what is going on here? We don't think he's in Moscow anyway, Samurai Supreme. Really, like, conspiracy theories will say that they're making it. They're having to rent. It's all rendering. If he turns on Shiogo, every isolated general will go warlord. Yeah, if he turns on Shiogo, then yeah, what does Kadyrov do and all these other people? He might be on flight that turned off transponder. Maybe that flight, yeah. Not a sight that, but oh, this is a new one. They're doing some repairs. Anyone do an ID on these trucks? Yeah, the internet's down. That looks... Oh, different photo here. Is that a rendered photo? Is that like made... Is that in Minecraft? Jake Long, any of you alive when the Iraq war was going on? Remember the newscast saying no American troops in the city? Oh, I thought that was Putin. Adverts are dangerous. Kate said if Putin is going to accuse Western countries, it's going to be pretty scary for the world. It could happen. Remember the first speech before the invasion of Ukraine where it was all about, oh, NATO has been expanding and NATO has forced this and it's NATO, blah, blah, blah. So we'll see what the theme is here. The caption and trucks video, here you go. Russian Ministry of Defense calls members of the Wagner to leave. Yeah, not surprised. Anyone see... I can't see any red Zs on it. So is this the... Can we tell by the sun? Is this going south or going north? Like, where would we expect the sun to be? Would we expect the sun to be in the east? If that makes sense. In the morning. And is the sun... Where are the shadows? The shadows... So this is more likely to be going south, right? Yeah, can we see that sign? Good shout. Hang on. Any help? It looks a bit too new to be Wagner. John the Pipe's saying north. So you think they're going north or south? Shadows indicate south. Zoom in hard. It's not like a CSI. Enhance. That's all you've got, I'm afraid. Shadow is to the right of the car, says left. Okay, but then... Well, it's filmed this morning in Russia, we think. So do we think they're going south or north? I think they're going south. I think that's a Russian column. The thing is that what are they instruct? What is their... What is it called? ROE. What's their rules of engagement? And what happens if they meet the other convoy and the convoy tries to go past? What is anyone actually going to fire anything? You know, that what's the engagement rules? All right, looking like it is south. See, we do some like high level stuff on this stream. I find it rude, but why would he care how I feel? Yeah, he's late. So now we think it's a Russian convoy. What do we think? And why have they stopped? A lot of Skodas here, right? That picture is just a static picture. I think it's even Lego. I think it's like Lego World. Oh, oh no. Oh, damn, he just got hit by that guy. What's going on there? Bugavika bed border crossing. I don't know, not impossible to confirm, right? But where's this purported to be? Bugavika border crossing. Is that between the oblast? So should we check the oblast lines? Not there. Not there. Bugavika. Where do we think this is, chat? Oh, is that him?
К личному составу вооруженных сил, правоохранительных органов и специальных служб.
Looks angry.
К бойцам и командирам, которые сейчас сражаются на своих боевых позициях, отбивают атаки противника. Делают это героически, зная, сегодня еще раз ночью говорил с командующими всех направлений. Обращаюсь и к тем, кого обманом или угрозами втянули в преступную авантюру, толкнули на путь тяжкого.
This is a criminal, adventuristic campaign. It is equivalent to armed mutiny. Russia will defend itself and repel this inimical move.
Sounds like Stephen Hawking in
We
translation.
are fighting for the life and the security of our citizens and our territorial integrity. It is a question of Russia's millennial history. This requires the unity of everyone and the consolidation of all elements. Everything has to be done in order to put this danger to rest. It is an attempt to subvert us from inside. This is treason in the face of those who are fighting on the front. This is a stab in the back of our troops and the people of Russia. Intrigues, clashes, and so on has led in the First World War to tremendous turmoil and unrest, and that resulted in the tragedy of the First World War, and the Russians were the victims of that. And this was affected by a number of opportunistic elements. We will not let this be repeated. We will defend our motherland, including overcoming a number of obstacles. This is treason, and it is about the ambition of inimical forces. The heroes who freed the areas, the occupied areas of Ukraine, are trying to re-establish the hegemony, the domination of the Russian territories. We are fighting against anarchy and capitulation. This internal mutiny is a mortal blow to us.
He hasn't announced anything.
It is a
really yet.
blow to our people as a whole. And measures will be very hard.
Measures will be hard.
These people who are responsible will certainly be brought to justice on behalf of our people. The armed forces and other force agencies have received instructions, and restrictive measures have been taken in Moscow region, and lots of other regions.
This forces Prigozhin to escalate, because otherwise he looks weak now,
The
right?
situation around Rostov remains, however, very complicated.
Acknowledgement.
As President of Russia and Commander-in-Chief, as a citizen of Russia, I am doing everything to repel this attack and to ensure the freedom and security of our citizens. Those who mutiny have betrayed Russia.
It's a lot of waffle, isn't it?
And I urge anybody involved in it not to cease any kind of participation in armed conflict.
It's like when you've been naughty at school.
We will certainly defend what is clear and hallowed to the Russian people.
Was that it? Is that it? Oh,
President
wow, that's
Putin
weak.
there responding to that.
That's weak, right? That was a weak statement. Is he still going? No, I don't think he is. This is recording.
Делают это героически, зная.
That was weak, man. He just talked about, oh, there's been a mutiny, please stop. He didn't say, right, we're going to mobilize this, that. I think he's in trouble. I think he's in big trouble. I don't think he's able to do anything. He didn't talk about Prigozhin by name, as far as I heard. He didn't talk about Prigozhin's direct request to have Shoigu and Gerasimov. So it's almost like he is powerless. It felt like a headmaster, like trying to tell off kids that are just like not interested. What do we think in chat? Welcome, Lounge. What do we think in chat? I'm not mad disappointed. He's basically fighting on two fronts now. Mentioned treason twice. He said they would go in hard next couple of hours. Punk very weak, we heard it before. No off-ramp for Wagner. Yeah, he didn't offer an off-ramp, really, did he? Apart from say stop. Even if you can say stop, you'd think you would say something. You must stop in the next 4 hours. If you do not, the consequence will be very severe or something. I don't know. I'm not a whatever it is. Chat. This I never thought I'd say this on stream, but who do you think holds the power in Russia right now? Do you think it's Putin, or do you think it's actually Prigozhin holds the power? Remember how relaxed and casual Prigozhin was earlier? Just write Putin or Prigozhin. Who do you think holds the power right now? Or military, yeah. Paul saying not Putin. Daniel saying Prigozhin. Austin saying Putin. Gareth saying Putin. Michael Putin. Daniela Putin. Pirate saying no one. Oliver Prigozhin. Nohak saying Prigozhin. Killer Care saying not Putin. Black saying Prigozhin. Mo saying Putin. Shura saying Putin. So it's split, right?
Непомерные амбиции и личные интересы привели к измене и своей стране, и своему народу, и тому делу, за которое бок о бок с другими нашими частями и подразделениями сражались и погибали бойцы и командиры группы Вагнер.
Crazy saying Prigozhin, Nordic saying mixed, Paper Chase saying Jay-Z, Punk saying Shogun and Gerasimov. I really don't think so.
Их имя и славу тоже предали те, кто пытается организовать мятеж, толкает страну к анархии и братоубийству.
What's the delay in doing a statement like that? If you're going to say that, you can do that off the cuff, right? This is treason, stop it. Yen saying that was weak and leaves no room for a peaceful solution. I really think we might... Hang on. What does this mean? If you're in the army, let's say they've all stopped there on the side of the road to listen to the speech, does that give you this sort of like confidence to like stop these people? It's I don't know, man. And also, right? No, I lost it. One second, sorry. Also, if you wanted to support your generals, surely you would have your generals there as well, right? So he's actually not supporting his... He didn't say anything about supporting his generals. He looks actually really isolated, right? There's almost like... If he's isolated, then you have the existing military, you have Putin, and then you have Wagner, right? It's almost like a three. It's almost like a... Do you know what I mean? Punk saying it's going to escalate. And you would say Wagner, apart from the generals at the top, Wagner have more in common with the military than anyone else, right? They're probably all personnel and everything. Is he projecting a sense of resignation? Hungman saying Wagner will win. Unreal, what's happening, totally shocking. He basically said nothing in that press conference. I thought it was building and building and then there would be something. I mean, this is what you would get in like some tiny state, tiny country with barely an army. This is treason. They'll be held accountable. Please stop. Momentum growing. Jonathan, he had to say something though. I don't know how it's being received. Hang on. Let's see.
Русские убивали русских, братьев.
The fact he didn't just call this guy out as well, Prigozhin, I think is weak. It's almost like, I'm not going to say your name. Samurai says Putin has to be isolated. He can't truly know where his subordinates' ambitions are like Lavrov and so off. Yeah, who is big speaking out for Putin right now? There was this general, but this is quite a while ago, wasn't it? This was ages ago. What's his body language like, by the way?
Пока не поздно и нужно, и необходимо это сделать. Это подчиниться воле и приказу всенародно избранного президента Российской Федерации. Остановить колонны, вернуть их в пункты постоянной дислокации и районы сосредоточения.
I don't know, that looked quite convincing. What do you think?
Пока не поздно и нужно, и необходимо это сделать. Это подчиниться воле и приказу всенародно избранного президента Российской Федерации. Остановить колонны, вернуть их в пункты постоянной дислокации и районы сосредоточения.
So the reason why he looks weak, okay, is that there's this other guy, Prigozhin, who controls like an actual commander commanding people, not talking about him in any moral sense, but like fact he commands a lot of people, has taken a 1.1 million person city, has taken another million person city, and has a convoy on the way to the capital, and no one's stopping him. That's quite strong stuff, right? And then Putin hasn't got any commanders there, looks isolated. That's why it's such a problem, I think. Killer Case, it feels like if you're not projecting strength, it looks weak by default. That is kind of it, I think. I don't think anyone's like necessarily celebrating it, because I think this is bad for just pretty much everyone in the world. But I'm just surprised.
Вооруженные силы и другие государственные органы получили необходимые приказы. Дополнительные меры антитеррористического характера сейчас в Москве, Московской области, ряде других регионов. Будут также предприняты решительные действия по стабилизации ситуации в Ростове-на-Дону. Она остается сложной. Фактически заблокирована работа органов
It sounds like they're just making progress.
Как президент России и верховный главнокомандующий, как гражданин России.
Oh, this checkpoint is in southern Voronezh.
Безопасность,
Apparently.
свободу граждан. Тот, кто организовал и готовил военный мятеж, кто поднял оружие на боевых товарищей, предали Россию и ответят за это. А тех, кого пытаются втянуть в это преступление, призываю не совершать роковую и трагическую, неповторимую ошибку. Сделать единственно правильный выбор. Прекратить участие в преступных
No off-ramp, publicly anyway.
Что мы сбережем и отстоим то, что дорого и
Riot Police National Guard scrambled in Moscow. I think it's all eyes on Moscow now, everyone. I think it's all eyes on Moscow.
Еще сильнее.
I thought that was very surprising.
К личному составу вооруженных сил.
Why is it so loud?
Сражаются, отбивают атаки противника. Делают это героически, зная.
Looking at the map of Wagner controlled land is looking really bad for Russia. Yeah, it's like it's just going all the way up, right? It's like I said earlier, it's just these things happen quickly. Bang, bang. They're already more than halfway there.
Россия сегодня ведет тяжелейшую борьбу за свое будущее. Отражает агрессию.
I'm not sure it's great news for anyone, Hungman. I'm not sure who you want in control of Russian armed forces.
Информационная машина Запада.
If they're going to be treated as traitors, face life sentences, I don't know if that's something that happens in coups. When if you get your people, if you were the leader of the coup and you get your people so far, then you can say, look, you come this far, Like, there's no going back now. You may as well come with me all the way. I don't know if that's the thing. Killikism suddenly incredibly terrified of a political vacuum. They're not in Rostov, they're way closer. Terra Firma says, there's nothing you could have said which would have saved him in the Russian state, but I was expecting a far better performance, interesting stuff.
Раскалывают наше единство, это по сути отступничество от своего народа, от боевых товарищей, которые сражаются сейчас на фронте. Это удар в спину нашей стране.
The Russian MOD saying soldiers are safe, but that's the opposite of
такой удар был нанесен по России в
Putin saying they're going to be tried. So
когда страна вела Первую мировую войну. Но победу у нее украли.
Crazy, like unspecific press conference, right?
Армии народа обернулись величайшим потрясением, разрушением армии и распадом.
The thing is, right, all this military hardware, that's all great, but if it's a different thing when your own people are coming down the motorway and just rolling through, what are you going to do? And suddenly this is how coups happen, right?
Делили страну, рвали ее на части. Мы не дадим этому повториться. Защитим и наш народ, и нашу государственность.
How do they plan on arresting them? Yeah, who's going to do it?
От внутреннего предательства.
I feel like now the rebels might be really emboldened. I don't know, which is... Is it all going to be done today? Is this all going to be done? Oh, this guy's not happy. Look how short that guy is. But they look well equipped though.
Дополнительные меры антитеррористического характера вводятся сейчас в Москве, в Московской области, в ряде других.
Lord, who do you think gets power here? Honestly, I thought that Putin was going to come out and do like a thing where he's going to say, right now we're going to mobilize everything, National Guard or whatever it is, and we're going to crack this down. Don't worry, people of Russia. But the fact he didn't makes me, like, I'm trying to recalibrate my expectations here. Terra Firma saying this could be done before midnight.
Защитить конституционный строй, жизни и безопасности, свободу граждан. Тот, кто организовал и готовил военный мятеж, кто поднял оружие.
True saying not a chance to overthrow a week. That is a long standoff. Look, remember 1991.
А тех, кого пытаются втянуть в это преступление, призываю не совершать роковую и трагическую, неповторимую ошибку.
Even stab in the back is kind of weird. I don't know if that. I'm assuming that translates like that's a phrase that speaks in both languages, but like saying you've been stabbed in the back is like you accept that you've been stabbed. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's not very strong, man. You say, "Oh, someone tried to stab me in the back." No, I stabbed me in the back. I don't know. It's simple as someone claims Putin says series over. I don't know. He looks kind of furious.
Правоохранительных органов и специальных служб. К бойцам и командирам, которые сейчас сражаются на своих боевых позициях, отбивают атаки противника. Делают это героически, зная, сегодня еще раз ночью говорил с командующими всех направлений. Обращаюсь и к тем, кого обманом или угрозами втянули в преступную авантюру.
That we don't think that is Wagner force. We think that's Russian forces going south.
Россия сегодня ведет тяжелейшую борьбу за свое будущее. Отражает агрессию неонацистов и их хозяев.
There's no possible calendar in which COUP forces get to Moscow in a couple of hours. Okay.
Мы боремся за жизнь и безопасность наших людей, за наш суверенитет и независимость, за право быть и оставаться Россией, государством с тысячелетней историей.
Crazy. What? This
Эта
is
битва,
number
когда
one
решается
story.
судьба нашего народа, требует единения всех сил, единства, консолидации и ответственности, когда в сторону должно быть отброшено все, что ослабляет нас. Любые распри, которыми могут воспользоваться и пользуются наши внешние враги, чтобы подорвать нас изнутри.
Yeah,
И потому
1917
действия,
revolution,
которые
wasn't it?
раскалывают наше единство, это, по сути, отступничество от своего народа, от боевых товарищей, которые сражаются сейчас на фронте.
I'm
Это
surprised he
удар
didn't
в
do more
спину
about,
нашей
from what I
стране
could
и нашему народу.
see anyway, about the West
Именно
and blah blah
такой
blah,
удар был
try to
нанесен по
unify the
России в
rebels.
1917 году, когда страна вела Первую мировую войну. Но победу у
Miss
нее
Hungman, there's
украли.
no way out for Wagner. Yeah, Wagner kind of
Интриги,
cornered now, so they kind of
склоки,
have to go with it, right?
политиканство за спиной армии и народа обернулись величайшим потрясением, разрушением армии и распадом государства, утратой громадных территорий.
Putin
В
being
итоге трагедии
sorry,
гражданской войны.
Prigozhin being
Русские
Putin's chef
называли
is a bit
русских
like
братья.
Mourinho being the translator
А
at
корыстную
Barcelona,
выгоду
right?
извлекали
that
разного
sort
рода
of
политические авантюристы, да зарубежные силы, которые делили страну, рвали ее на части. Мы не дадим этому повториться. Защитим и наш народ, и нашу государственность от любых угроз. В том числе от внутреннего предательства. А то, с чем мы столкнулись, это именно предательство.
Well, it's these two going
Непомерные
head to head, isn't
амбиции
it?
и личные интересы привели к измене. К измене и своей стране, и своему народу, и тому делу, за которое бок о бок с другими нашими частями и подразделениями сражались и погибали бойцы и командиры группы «Вагнер». Герои, которые освобождали Солидар и Артемовск, города и поселки Донбасса, сражались и отдавали свои жизни за Новороссию, за единство русского мира. Их имя и славу тоже предали те, кто пытается организовать мятеж, толкает страну к анархии и братоубийству, к поражению в конечном итоге и к капитуляции. Повторю, любая внутренняя смута – смертельная угроза для нашей государственности, для нас, как нации. Это удар по России, по нашему народу.
I don't know, chap.
Наши
I
действия
don't know.
по защите
This
Отечества
is an
от
old
такой угрозы
one.
будут жесткие.
Alright, don't worry.
Все, кто сознательно встал на путь предательства, кто готовил вооруженный мятеж, встал на путь шантажа и террористических методов, понесут
Could you
неименуемое
please
наказание.
mute Putin?
Ответят и перед законом, и перед нашим
Look,
народом.
we can do a bit of that. I'm going to take my break now.
Вооруженные
So
силы
we'll
и
take my
другие
break
государственные
now,
органы
everyone.
получили
I
необходимый
won't
приказ.
leave the stream up because
Дополнительные меры антитеррористического характера вводятся сейчас в
just
Москве,
won't.
в Московской области,
so
в ряде
we'll end the
других
stream now, everyone, and then we'll be back. Man, I'm
Будут
tired
также
now.
предприняты решительные действия по
I'll get some
стабилизации ситуации
sleep.
в Ростове-на-Дону.
Maybe 3 hours or so,
Она
2-3
остается
hours,
сложной.
and then we'll see where we are.
Заблокирована работа органов
And yeah, we'll
гражданского и
definitely
военного
go live again one way or another.
Как президент
So thanks so much everyone for
и
joining
верховный
us
главнокомандующий,
for an
как гражданин
unexpected
России,
twist here,
сделаю
which
всё,
is
чтобы отстоять страну,
I think
защитить
the rebels
конституционный строй,
like
жизни и безопасность.
I don't see how they're not going to go to
Свободу
Moscow.
граждан.
So
Тот, кто
giving that the
организовал
hours
и
away, we
готовил
may as well take the
военный
break
мятеж,
here.
кто поднял
Thanks,
оружие
Paige. Thanks, Mr. Pirate.
на
Thanks,
боевых
Lousy,
товарищей
George, Killer Chaos,
предали
Joseph,
и
Mayhem,
ответят за это.
Sly. Yeah, anyone else
Тех,
has been
кто
up, feel
пытаются
free to get
втянуть
that sleep as
в это
well.
преступление,
Punk
призываю
Cox,
не совершать
E.
роковую
Austin,
трагическую
E. Route,
неповторимую
Funky
ошибку.
Monkey in the house as well.
Сделать
Right.
единственно
I'm going to end the
правильный
stream here. First stream in a new
Прекратить
setup as
участие
well.
в
What a way to
преступных
do it.
действиях.
Thanks, Flacka. Going to end the stream here. Really, by the way, all the donations and everything, absolutely insane. Thank you so much. Absolute heroes. I'm going to end the stream here, and I'll see you.
Любые испытания.
See you soon.
Станем еще сильнее.